2 games in the Motor City, the team split as the Tigers laid it on the Reds in Game 1 behind the strong pitching of Anibal Sanchez in a 6-0 shutout win. But the Reds came back, flexing their muscles. A pair of Todd Frasier home runs, great pitching with Michael Lorenzen, as well as a bullpen finish off by Aroldis Chapman in a 5-2 Reds victory. So now the venue swings south to Cincinnati, straight down 75, and we welcome you to Great American Ballpark. We're hoping to stay away from the rain here tonight. The Tigers taking on the Cincinnati Reds. Hi again, everybody. Alongside Chris Welsh and Jim Day, I'm Tom Brenneman. Delighted to have you with us on this Wednesday night from Cincinnati. And boy, what a treat we have for you here tonight. A pitching matchup of 2 of the very best in all of baseball. Johnny Cueto versus David Price.
Kind of the ball game that really gets me excited. I can tell you about that. The similarities between these 2 guys are uncanny, almost creepy in the way that they are. I mean, you could think that maybe they were separated at birth, both 29 years old, right around 200 games started. Earned run average is very close to each other. Winning percentage is very close to each other. Of course, one is a big power left-hander, the other is a big power right-hander. And Johnny Cueto has been outstanding. He has been Major League's best pitcher when pitching at home this year. And in this ballpark, that's saying something, because this is the ballpark that gives up a lot of home runs when you get the ball in the air. He keeps it down. He controls a running game. And he is a guy that I guarantee you, he knows he's facing David Price tonight. He'll be on top of his game. David Price, well, short of outstanding is nothing that he knows anything about, because that's all he is year in and year out is outstanding. 6-2 this year. Former Cy Young Award winner. Last 5 starts, he's been nearly unhittable. 2 complete games in a row. So a pitching matchup, well, one you can only dream about. You're going to see it here tonight.
Left-hander on the mound, no problem for Jay Bruce. Jim Day has that story. When we return, you're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
USA Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. By Chevy. Check out our award-winning lineup only at your Tri-State Chevy dealer. And by Skyline Chili. Feeling good. It's Skyline time.
This could be one for the ages if the weather doesn't mess it up. Cueto against Price. Woohoo! It's going to be a humdinger, and runs could be hard to come by. Scattered thunderstorms in the forecast for the area, down to about 72 degrees as you're headed for home. It's going to be muggy. The only way to win this one is get them on, get them over, get them in. Enjoy the game, everybody, on Fox Sports Ohio.
And it rained hard about an hour ago, but we are set for an on-time game. Tigers and Reds here on Fox Sports Ohio. Reds right in the middle of 20 straight games, and Joey Votto is due a day off, and he will get it tonight against a tough left-hander, although he hits lefties well. But Jay Bruce is in there to face David Price, and he is our steel power tool performer because Jay Bruce indeed can hit lefties as well. In fact, you're looking at video from Tuesday, part of back-to-back jacks where he went deep off a lefty. 53 home runs versus left-handed pitchers since the start of 2010. That is the most in Major League Baseball. Lefty on lefty, no problem for the Beaumont Bomber. They need Jay Bruce tonight. It's Cueto v. Price. Marquee matchup. Up next, Tom Brenneman and Chris Welsh with all the play-by-play action of Reds baseball on your home of the Reds, Fox Sports Ohio.
Other number ones or other guys like Cueto, coming into that game that you can't give up cricket numbers. So if you do, you have a pretty good chance to lose, and just take it one pitch at a time.
Comments last night from David Price, knowing he would be locked up with another number one, just like he is for the Reds. That means right-hander Johnny Cueto, and we are looking forward to this one here tonight. We hope you are as well. The Detroit Tigers at 34 up and 31 down. Their lineup reads as follows. Goes in center. Kinsler at second. Miguel Cabrera at first. Cespedes in left. Martinez in right. Castellanos down at third. James McCann catching. Jose Iglesias a shortstop. And the pitcher bats naturally in a National League ballpark. That's David Price. and the overall season numbers for Johnny Cueto,
which are very impressive, except for that win-loss record. Of course, it's very difficult to win when your team doesn't score very many runs, and that has been the case so many games for Johnny. Opponent batting average among the best in baseball at .214. He doesn't walk many. He strikes out a lot. And he's working with a new first baseman over there right now. So that's why he went over to talk to Chris Dominguez. And maybe to talk perhaps about the leadoff hitter, Anthony Gose, and maybe his idea on protecting against a bunt to the right side. Cueto draws a line straight to home plate, and he's ready to go.
So here we go. Gose digging in. And it's off the inside corner, ball one. We're underway. Tim Timmons calls the balls and strikes tonight. Todd Tishner down at first base. Tim Wilkie, the crew chief, at second. And Mike Everett is the umpire at third. This same crew made the trip just like both teams did after working the last two games in Detroit. Gose, a couple of hits last night, was on base twice. Stole a couple of bases in the first game of the series, so he's doing what he's paid to do, and that's get on base and score runs. We saw him dump a pair of base hits in a very shallow left field in the game last night. Check swing, and it's 2-2 on Gose. Cueto has never faced the Detroit Tigers. And you look up and down the batting order, there are players he has faced while they were with other teams, whether it's Kinsler when he was with Texas, J.D. Martinez with Houston, Victor Martinez with Cleveland. He has never faced Miguel Cabrera. Cueto will throw out the speedy Gose. And that's the way we get started tonight at Great American Ballpark. Take a look at the Reds on defense, presented by Ford. And the one significant change Chris pointed out just a moment ago, it is Dominguez down at first base rather than Joey Votto. De Jesus the nod in left. Ian Kinsler, only one career plate appearance against Johnny Cueto, and Cueto won that battle. 272 overall, a home run, 26 runs batted in for the four-time All-Star Ian Kinsler. He has scored 2 runs, has 1 hit in the first 2 games of the series, and it's fouled over the screen and out of play, a ball and a strike. As soon as we get started, a very, very light mist begins to fall as some dark clouds are passing, and boy, they are really passing through quickly. There's not a lot of wind, but clearly there is some wind up to the skies a bit, because they are racing past from west to east, from first to third, if you will, at Great American Ballpark. One ball, 2 strikes on Kinsler. Tomahawk foul and out of play.
You know, when you face Johnny Cueto for the first time, you're impressed by a lot of things. Now, here we're going to take a look at the ERA at home. We talked about at the very onset of the game about how Johnny Cueto is the best in baseball, and considering that he pitches in one of the best hitters park in baseball, that really ought to deserve a little bit extra credit. But when you face Cueto for the first time as a hitter, and Kinsler's faced him once, but I mean, when you see him again, and you haven't seen him very often, say you're not in the league or you're not in the division, the first thing you try to find from Cueto is his release point. He never shows you the baseball from the time it is right now going into his glove until he comes out of his hand. You never see it again. And hitters, of course, are always taught to watch the baseball all the time. So they see sometimes a pitcher getting the ball out of his glove. You see it go down around his thigh. Sometimes pitchers will show it behind their back. But that's the first time you see it right there, is when Cueto releases that ball. It was a changeup, or maybe that was a cutter, but he got it up out of the plate and hit foul.
Cueto shaking off Brian Pena a couple of times, and now okay's the sign. Here's a 2-2. And it's a fastball outside to run the count full. Miguel Cabrera waiting on deck. And a line drive in the deep left center field. And Billy Hamilton unable to get it. Looked like he had it momentarily. Nearly coming up with the spectacular was Billy Hamilton. What an effort to try and go get it. I think Kinsler was turning around to Bryant and Phillips and saying, you got to be kidding me.
Well, look where he starts. I mean, just pretty much dead center field right here. And he ends up almost in real left field, not even in left center field. And very much like the ball that we saw last night in Detroit that Ivan De Jesus had, where he had it in his glove, and when he came down and hit the ground, the ball squirted out.
Well, you don't have to watch the Tigers play every day to understand the logic in the thinking when they say, why would anyone ever pitch to Miguel Cabrera if you don't have to? Three-time batting champion. We've talked about him the last couple of nights. Truly among the great hitters of all time. He will be known as before his career is over. Checks in at .345 and leads the American League in runs batted in. It's only the first inning. Some would say, oh, come on, it's the first inning. Others would say, why would we let this guy drive in a run, whether it's the first, the fifth, the seventh, or the ninth? First time these two have ever faced one another. Strike one to Miguel Cabrera. There certainly is ego involved here. You know, Cueto, the great competitor that he is, wants to come after Cabrera. Cabrera, the best of the very best, wants to face and beat the best of the very best. And here's the 0-1. Right on, 2 in a row, but it's 2 strikes in the count. Cueto comes at him with back-to-back fastballs.
Yeah, Johnny may have gotten away with one right there. Brian Pena set up way inside, and that ball kind of drifted out over the plate. But you'll take your chances now with Cueto when he gets ahead of you 0-2.
Cabrera waiting. Kinsler at second with a 1-out double. 3 straight fastballs, 3 straight foul balls.
You know, one of the things that feeds into Cabrera's strength is that a lot of pitchers think you have to fool him, that your stuff isn't good enough to get him out. So you start throwing breaking balls, and he's such a good breaking ball hitter that you almost feed into his strength when you try to trick him. And Cueto's gone right after him with just raw stuff.
Got him swinging. So how about that? Round 1 to Cueto.
Well, 3 fastballs and a cutter, and that little cutter right there at 90 miles an hour acted like a downward slider. That'll boost the ego a little bit, get you going.
Now 1 more out to go to make it a scoreless Tigers opening inning, and no easy out in Cespedes, a .309 batter, 9 home runs, 35 batted in. He had a line drive off the body of Michael Lorenzen to knock in a run in the game last night. Cueto has never faced Cespedes in his career, and he comes in red hot along with a man who bats behind him, J.D. Martinez, both riding the tide of 10-game hit streaks.
That's a good pitch right there. If you can throw that pitch up and into Cespedes, you can see the way he holds his bat, that there's no way he's going to get to that pitch. He's telling me from his stance that he wants that ball down. He wants it down out over the plate, and he's got terrific bat speed. But if you can get it up and into him, you can have a chance to get him out.
1 ball and 1 strike. Cueto against Cespedes with Kinsler at second base. That one ran in on him to get ahead at 1-2.
It was interesting on that particular pitch that Brian Pena was set up outside until Cueto actually went into his delivery to throw the pitch, and then he jumped to the inner part of the plate. I don't think that he wanted this guy at second base, Kinsler, to give up any secrets as to where he's setting up. Watch him move right here. He'll move from the outside and then the last second to the inside. Some hitters will sense where that catcher is, and they'll prepare themselves.
Still a ball and 2 strikes on Kinsler. So with Kinsler at second base, a ball and 2 strikes on Cespedes. You know, we were asking some of the Tigers folks, Miguel Cabrera is going to be on the American League All-Star team. We wondered, would he be in the home run derby? Now that's not been decided for sure, but they thought not. That's not Cabrera's kind of thing. There's one guy in this ballpark that will be in the home run derby. And I'm predicting right now he's going to win it. And that's the guy manning third base for the Redlegs.
Well, he's been hitting them in bunches lately.
Struck him out. So Cueto in his first meeting with both Miguel Cabrera and Yoenis Cespedes strikes them both out swinging. Reds are coming to bat against David Price. From the Cincinnati Zoo. Boy, is that not spectacular. The symbol of America. The Reds starting lineup presented by Meyer has Brandon Phillips, Evande Jesus Jr. and Todd Frasier to start it. Jay Bruce, Brian Pena, Chris Dominguez in the middle. Suarez, Cueto, Hamilton bats ninth. A native of Tennessee, pitched collegiately at Vanderbilt, still makes his home in Nashville, Tennessee, is left-hander David Price.
That would be Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Yes.
I think you drive right through that if you stay on I-75. Dominant pitcher in high school, super dominant pitcher in college, drafted twice, eventually signed with the Tampa Bay Rays after being picked in the first round.
Not in the first round, he was a first overall pick, you may remember, by the Tampa Bay Rays going back to June of 2007.
Making start 195 tonight.
Brandon Phillips had hits in each of his last 2 at-bats last night, went hitless in the series opener. That's when the Reds were shut out on only 2 hits by Sanchez. So the Reds hit 3 home runs, scoring 5 runs total on 9 hits in the 3-run victory last night. Hard hit ball, but Kinsler is there to glove it. Look at the Tigers on defense, presented by Ford. Cespedes, Gose, and Martinez left, center, and right. Castellanos, Iglesias, Kinsler, Cabrera. I mean, it's a regular group they run out there on a daily basis. Very rarely are there any need for changes, and McCann has thrown runners out to the tune of 50%, including Billy Hamilton in the game last night. That's a rather unique delivery. that David Price has.
And it's changed over the years. He never used to do that, but the more innings that he's logged at the big league level, the more efficient his delivery has become. No more a lot of wasted effort like like you see kids coming out of high school, college, early in their minor league careers. There's a lot of stuff that they don't need to really do, but they do out of habit. And he has just eliminated all of it.
It's almost like a little dance step. You know, he'll go right foot, left foot, and then the right foot comes right to the plate.
Well, the big thing for him is that he stays in good balance. I mean, he gets over that rubber and he stays over the rubber when he lifts that right leg up. I mean, he's staying back there right about now, and then you can see how he kind of gets his weight on his left leg and then straightens out his right leg. And by straightening out your right leg, you stay over the rubber and you can use that back leg to really drive towards the plate.
So watch what Chris is talking about here. He'll go right foot. He'll tap twice with his left to get where you're talking about. So it'll start right now. He'll go right, left to left to the plate. You know, it's so funny, isn't it? When you watch little kids, they all want to copy the big windups of the Cuetos in the world and all those kind of guys. And then, if you're a kid, you can watch this.
Well, when he straightens his leg out is the key to it all. And it's not this. This is just kind of getting into balance. This is just a really small delivery. But it's when he straightens it out.
2 away in the inning.
You know, one of the things we've seen that's a changeup right there, but one of the things that we've seen David Price make an adjustment over the last 4 games that he's done from time to time, and interestingly enough, you can look it up now on the internet, he does it seemingly in the month of June. All of a sudden throws a lot more curveballs. His last 4 games, his curveball percentage is through the roof as compared to what it was early in the year.
And here's Todd Frasier. What a year he's having. .293 batter. Hit 2 home runs in the Reds' win last night, giving him 20 on the year. His 20th home run was his 500th career hit. Team high in home runs, team high in runs batted in, team high in doubles. So you go from 94 to 85 to get ahead 0-2. The first home run, it would have been in the second deck in this ballpark. And the second deck, for the first one, a line drive to the deepest part of left center to break it tied leading off the 7th inning. The first home run tied the game. So last night anyway, Frasier not only hit him, he hit him when they really mattered. One to tie a game, the other to give his team a lead for good. One ball and 2 strikes on Todd Frasier.
You know, Frasier stands so far away from the plate. If you watch his front leg, he starts with it open a little bit, but then when he strides, he's striding really right towards the second baseman. He makes sure that he stays closed and that he's able to get to that outer side of the plate. So that stance right there is a little bit on the open side, meaning it's faced towards the shortstop. He'll end up pointing it towards the second baseman.
Gone swinging is Frasier, and the Reds are gone in order. challenge. Every Reds home run tonight raises $12,500 for prostate cancer research. And we certainly invite you to make a pledge if you're able. Just go online to homerunchallenge.org. Humid night, nice crowd in downtown Cincinnati. Less than a month away from Major League Baseball's All-Star game right here on the home turf. J.D. Martinez looks at a first pitch breaking ball from Johnny Cueto, a strike. Martinez at 270, 13 home runs, 34 runs batted in. Swung on and fouled out of play. Martinez had one hit last night. The night before, he hit a mammoth home run. In this ballpark, that thing probably hits off the batter's eye somewhere out there in the deepest part of right center field. I mean, he just hammered it. Like this. Right center field. Bruce will have room. Hit it high in the air and the other way, but did not lay into it like he did the other night. He has big time opposite field power, but not enough on that swing.
Boy, he does have opposite field power. He's got a big swing. He's a big, strong guy that the Tigers originally picked up as a non-roster invitee to spring training a couple of years ago.
So a long out is a first out here in this second inning, and now the batter Castellanos. Frasier on the short hop, kept it in front of him, picks it cleanly, 2 away.
Well, Johnny's thrown a lot of strikes so far. He's thrown 28 pitches in all, and 22 of the 28 have been strikes. Now that is a formula that if you're a young pitcher sitting at home and you learn nothing else about this game tonight, that is the one thing you should take to bed with you.
And there's a strike to McCann.
And these are strikes that are on the corners and on the knees. I mean, Price is the same way. I mean, it's not hard to see why they are and where they are, why they are where they are at the top of the game. Both Cueto and David Price on the last year of their contracts.
Now the Tigers play in certainly a much larger market than do the Reds. We told you that they're in the top 10 in television markets and overall greater Detroit population, the 11th most populous city in the United States. And many feel like the Tigers will do all they can to re-sign Price. The Reds have never closed the door about re-signing Cueto, but I think that most believe out there, whether it's an educated belief or not, remains to be seen, that when you factor in everything, Cueto's age, along with where the Reds are as far as their market size is concerned, that's strike 3, and McCann didn't like it. But Cueto with a perfect second inning, still no score.
game. Julia Sonline from Mason, Ohio will win this beautiful new Tundra on display at GABP. Register for your chance to win at an upcoming game by seeing your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. I'm Jim Day. Actually, some good news to report on the injury front. It involves Marlon Byrd. While the Reds were on the road, he continued to rehab that fractured wrist, and he got the brace off and actually doing baseball activities, including hitting, throwing, running, everything he needed to do. He is beginning a rehab stint tonight, Double-A Pensacola. And if all goes well, it might only be 1 or 2 games. If it goes well, you could see Marlon Byrd here this weekend.
That is a fair ball off the bat of Jay Bruce into the corner, bobbled slightly out there by Martinez. It's a stand-up double for Jay Bruce. And Jim Day, that's something you were reporting on before the game. Hey, for Jay Bruce, he has been far more successful, and I mean far more successful this year against lefties than right-handers.
David Price starts him off with what looks like just a 4-seam fastball. Doesn't throw a lot of cutters, but he leaves it on the inner part of the plate, and Bruce stays right there, slightly above the belt, ripped right off the chalk line.
All right, in a game like tonight, with the pitchers we are watching, Price v. Cueto, all the little things will certainly be magnified. When you have a chance to score, can you get a runner in? Because chances figure to be few and far between.
Now Brian Pena's looking down the right field line into foul territory in the stands where that line drive went. A lot of times you'll see a hitter hit the ball in the stands and then turn away because he doesn't want to see if it hits a fan and the fan is injured. But evidently there's no problem with that one. He's back in the box and ready to go.
0-1 on Brian Pena. Price a glance back at Bruce and misses. No, caught the inside corner. Tim Timmons.
Well, you know, Tom, you talk about driving them in. 1 run may mean the difference and so on when you have a battle of pitchers like you have tonight. But sometimes before you drive them in, you've got to get them over to the right base.
And that's what I meant is the little things and being able to advance him to third and get him in. Doesn't have to be a hit, but just get a run.
The hard thing here for Pena is to try to hit the ball to the right side when he's seeing that fastball in on his hands.
Well, he's going to get a base hit. Now they're going to have to hold up Jay Bruce. But Pena with a base hit. And now the Reds have him on the corners with nobody out.
Price went to the same pitch that he struck Todd Frasier out on. He got ahead 0-2 and he wanted to throw a changeup. But he caught too much in the play. There's a circle changeup action. You see it coming out of his hand. And Brian Pena just gets up there and level swings that ball into center field.
Chris Dominguez getting the start in place of Joey Votto, a rare off day so far this year for the Reds first baseman. And now Dominguez with a chance to get the Reds on the board first. Runners on the corners, nobody out. Dominguez 3 hits and 12 at bats, has a home run. Breaking ball stays high. Dominguez played right field last night. Did they call that a strike?
They did.
I tell you better wait a while. This is from the Tim McClellan School of Home Plate Umpire. Hold your breath and wait for Tim Timmons to then give the signal.
Well, the Tigers are playing back. They're willing to give up a run right here if they can get a ground ball out of Chris Dominguez. But Dominguez here really anything but a strikeout. And an infield pop-up. Shorten your approach right here. Put the bat on the ball.
1 out in the inning. Third strikeout of the game for David Price. Boy, that was just abuse in that at bat.
Well, first pitch curveball, and then 294, and then 95-mile-an-hour fastballs.
All right, 1 away. Runner still on the corners. And the former Tiger came over in the Alfredo Simon deal during the offseason. Eugenio Suarez, the batter. 3 hits in his first 19 at bats as a Red. A golden opportunity for the Redlegs against Price here in the second inning. Can they cash in with at least one? Big swing and a foul ball out of play. Jay started the inning with a double, went to third on a single to center by Pena. After a strikeout, it is now Suarez against Price. 2 teammates from a season ago. After Price came over in that deadline deal from Tampa Bay to Detroit. The Tigers, with their loss coupled with a Kansas City win, begin the night 4 games behind the front-running Royals, with Kansas City wedged between the two, a half game better than Brad Ausmus's team. Suicide squeeze. The Reds will execute it to perfection. Beautifully done by Suarez. And the Reds take a 1-0 lead. High fives for Eugenio at the end of that dugout.
Well, it just goes to show you how important getting a run is for Brian Price. He just saw first and third, nobody out of strikeout. He can't afford another one like that as you get down towards the bottom of your order. Johnny Cueto coming up next. So your best option is the best chance, and that would be getting that bunt down. Suarez does. And drives a run in.
So runner at second base, Johnny the batter, has 5 hits and 21 at bats. Reds with a 1-0 advantage over Price and the Tigers here in the second inning.
You know, I like that play is that against a very tough pitcher like David Price, you can make your guys feel real good about themselves by doing something very simple, laying a bunt down. Runner gets a break at the right time. Batter lays a bunt down. He picks up an RBI. The runner scores a run. You go ahead. The pitcher feels better about it. I'm meaning Johnny Cueto. The whole dugout is uplifted a little bit. I mean, just think about how depressing it may be had David Price been able to retire Eugenio Suarez, you know, without getting a run in, and then he strikes out Johnny Cueto or gets Cueto out of the inning, and he pitches out of a first and third, nobody out jam, and now your whole team feels like, uh-oh, here we go again.
One and one to Johnny Boy. Took a huge swing at last pitch. And now takes strike 2. Price ahead of the ball and 2 strikes. Look where the right fielder's playing in this at bat. We've seen Cueto hit him that way.
I don't think they play him out there anymore on a hunch. The hunch comes out of the computer.
Yeah, that's right. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Cueto with Pena, the big lead out at second base, and a bouncing ball to Kinsley. And that will end the inning. But A leadoff double by Bruce, a hit by Pena, then the squeeze executed by Suarez. 1-0 Reds.
Express, and on board today a very special group. In fact, they're our team, Fox Sports Ohio's team, the Madisonville Braves, as part of the Young Fans Week initiative. They're taking care of transportation and tickets for these youngsters right here. Now, the Young Fans Week initiative is taking kids, about 1,000 kids all over the country to Major League Baseball game. It's creating ways to engage young fans in the game. And the Madisonville Braves are a Fox Sports Ohio sponsored team. And indeed, they were the same ones that rode in the opening day parade with one Chris Welsh. So he got very familiar with the Madisonville Braves.
Oh, we had a good time that day.
Today, it's some good players over there in Madisonville. Our not old team plays them every single year. I get some players.
You guys have the playoffs coming up this week, right?
Start tomorrow night.
Good. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Jose Iglesias to be followed by David Price, and then back to the top of the order with Anthony Gose against Johnny Cueto. He allowed a one-out double in the first inning to Ian Kinsler, and then struck out Miguel Cabrera and Cespedes to end the inning in a perfect second.
You made the comment last night, Tom, that Iglesias, you know, he was bad with a DH in the lineup. He's the 9th hitter in the lineup. His on base percentage is up around .390 for a number 9 hitter, which is kind of like what you'd love to have, another hitter with a high on base percentage hitting in front of Miguel Cabrera. So instead of having just your number 1 hitter Gose and then Kinsler, you got another guy that gets on base, which means if Cabrera can get up, you got a chance to have the big man driving him in. So the number 9 spot anymore, especially in the American League, is no longer the equivalent of being the last guy picked.
2-2 to count on Iglesias. Very deliberate wind up that time by Cueto, even slower than normal.
I think Johnny's getting the feel that how effective changing that delivery speed can be. As long as he stays over the rubber as long as he can and gets a good drive towards home plate. The only time he gets in trouble when he rushes through that big turn.
2-2 on the way. And a bouncing ball to the glove side for the shortstop Suarez. He throws out his counterpart. And that is now 6 in a row retired by Johnny Cueto since the only base runner for the Tigers, Kinsler, in the first inning. Strike one on the pitcher, David Price, left-handed pitcher, left-handed batter.
2 for 31 lifetime.
Frasier. Ooh, that was very, very close. A lot of times you'll see pitchers just very slowly jog up to first base. That was not the case for Price. And he nearly legged it out for a hit.
Well, Price looking for his first hit since 2010. He had 1 hit in 2010, 1 hit in 2009. Of course, we're only talking about having 3 or 4 at bats a year.
So they're going to give David all the time he needs to get back into that dugout, towel off. A little bit humid, although the temperatures are certainly very mild compared to what you would expect on a midsummer night, early summer night. Temperatures in the 70s rather than the 90s. There's a fly ball to center, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for the second straight frame for Johnny Cueto. Hamilton to lead it off. The Reds lead 1-0.
Is tremendous. Half off terrace line seats for Saturday's game against the Marlins. Terrace line seats for just $20.50. Some seating restrictions apply. Here's what you do. Go to reds.com/FSOhio. Use the code FSOhio15. That's FSOhio15. When tonight's game is over, the offer is over. So get your tickets quickly and get them now. This is an all-star summer. And the Futures game they announced today, this is very, very cool. On that Sunday before the All-Star game here at Great American Ballpark, 3 o'clock, the managers for the game will be none other than Doggy Tony Perez and Ken Griffey Sr. Tony Perez will manage the World team. Ken Griffey Sr. will manage the U.S. team, both back in Cincinnati, and that is ultra cool.
That is really, really cool. Ball one down low to Billy Hamilton. Jim, I don't mean to throw you on the spot because I don't know the answer to this, and And perhaps they've been doing it for a while, but have they been doing that with the host city to have managers that are former greats for that particular city's franchise? Do you know, or is that something new?
I believe over the last couple of years they've tried to do that. I don't know for a fact. You know, I'll try to look that up for you, but I do believe that they try to tie it into the city.
1-1 to Billy Hamilton, and from the right side against the left-hander Price. Billy at 221, 3 home runs, 18 runs batted in. Billy knocked in a run with a bloop single in the game last night. Takes up and away. And he went 0 for 3 in the 2-out 2-hit complete game shutout by Sanchez on Monday. Reds and Tigers will wrap up these 4 games tomorrow night before the Miami Marlins come to town over the weekend. Tickets are available Friday, Saturday nights, and Sunday afternoon. By the way, many of you probably have a schedule that says the start time for Saturday's game against the Marlins is 4 o'clock. It is a 7 o'clock game. Two balls, 2 strikes. Price against Hamilton. And we'll do it once more. Strike 3 called to Billy. 1 out in the inning. Let's check in once more. Jim Day.
Over the last couple of years, they have tried to tie it into the cities. And last year, Tom Kelly, longtime manager for the Twins, as the game was in Minneapolis area, he was the manager of the World team, and the U.S. team, and Bert Blyleven was the manager last year as well. So indeed, they try to tie it into the city, and why not?
Well, James, thank you for jumping all over that story. Brandon Phillips lined out his first time up. A fly ball to the left fielder on the first pitch in his second at bat. So Price retires a front 2. We invite you to follow the Reds wherever you are with MLB.com at bat. Get up to the moment at any moment. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet tonight. Reds scored their lone run. If you're just joining us, the only run that's been scored by either team in the second inning. A double by Bruce, single by Pena, a 1-out suicide squeeze executed to perfection by Suarez. Cueto's allowed 1 hit, no runs through the first 3 innings. Ivan De Jesus Jr. struck out swinging his first time up. 1 ball and 1 strike. In the air, short center field. Ghost is there, and Price has a perfect third. We move to the 4th. Reds 1, Tigers nothing. and Elk. Interleague play since the 2010 season. The Tigers have been dynamite. 8th best record, .561 winning percentage. Not so much for the Reds. And if you're wondering, the Reds are 9-11 all time, so that's a much better winning percentage than their overall interleague numbers when they play these Detroit Tigers. Should be noted that 4 of those wins occurred in the 19. We do not include, we're only talking about interleague play overall for the Reds against the Tigers since it started. What was that, 1998 interleague play started? 97. High fly ball off the bat of Ian Kinsler to begin the Tigers' 4th, and Jay Bruce is there. Kinsler, the only Tiger to reach base against Johnny so far tonight. So here we go. Round 2. Miguel Cabrera faced Cueto for the first time in his career in the first inning of the game here tonight. Cueto struck him out. Johnny got away with a pitch in that at bat, as you talked about, Chris.
I thought it was really interesting, Tom, how both of these pitchers, when they faced the best hitter in the other team, went right after him. First pitch was fastball right there. Cueto did it to Cabrera.
Cool.
And Price did it to Frasier.
Would you see that long delay again there by Cueto?
And it comes in with an off-speed pitch.
Now he quick pitches him the second pitch of the at-bat.
And does it with a fastball. So first was a slow at 87. The next one was a quick at 93. What Johnny Cueto does, what very few right-handers do, Justin Verlander does it. He throws a lot of right-on-right changeups, down and in. This might be a spot right here they'll throw that pitch. Now they're going to go outside with a fastball. And just miss off the plate
at 94.
But I mean, that was close enough that the hitter's got to think about it momentarily. And a lot of guys would chase that pitch. Not Cabrera.
And then a rocket right at the shortstop, Suarez.
Well, let's take a look at this at bat again with Miguel Cabrera in the batter's box against Johnny Cueto. Our pitch by pitch, a slow hesitation changeup there. He comes right back with a fastball. Misses off the plate on an 0-2 pitch. And then says, all right, time for a changeup again. Here it is. He leaves it out over the plate. Cabrera gets good wood on him, but right at the shortstop.
2 up, 2 down now for Cespedes, who struck out his first time up. Looks at a 95-mile-per-hour fastball from Cueto. Strike 1. Tigers have won 4 consecutive American League Central Division championships. It's in the air. Center field will back up Hamilton, and that'll end the inning. Boy, Cueto has got it rolling tonight. 11 in a row. Reds lead 1-0.
not only Cincinnati, but, the world can see a little bit that, that I am deserving. You got to be confident in yourself. And, right now, votes are a little tough, but at the same time, I do think I deserve to be there. I think, it'll be a great opportunity for me, not only to play in the All-Star game again, but to be in Cincinnati and, even in the home run derby. I think it'll be pretty cool, and I think, the fans will enjoy that. I'm not mad at anybody, that's just, it's just the way it is. That's the way the voting is. I think it needs to change, but, right now, that's just the way it's going about it, and that's the rules.
And that was Todd Frasier before today's game, and I talked to him about those comments afterwards. He says, I'm not trying to be cocky. I'm not trying to be a jerk. You just stack up my numbers against any other third baseman in the National League, and I think I'm deserving to be the all-star starter at third base. And as he said, you need to be confident in yourself. He's not trying to slight anyone, and again, not trying to be pompous, but he's confident and thinks he deserves to be there. Cincinnati, call to action. Get online, start voting.
Todd takes down low, 2 balls and no strikes. There's an old saying that goes, it ain't bragging if you're telling the truth.
Or if you can back it up.
And when you stack up the numbers, Matt Carpenter at last check was the leading vote getter of the Cardinals down at third base, having an excellent year. There's no question about that. But there's also no question that Frasier's having a better year. Two and one to Frasier, and he takes low, 3 balls and a strike. Jay Bruce next. He doubled off Price to start the 2nd inning and scored the only run of this game. High drive, deep right center field. Frasier. Jim Day just saying about the All-Star game? And what were you just saying? It ain't bragging if you can back it up.
Well, that's taking advantage of a hitter's count. He went 2-0 and then 3-1 and gets a pitch. Look where it is. It might even be marginally up and out of the zone. But always looking that way. Todd Frasier, incredibly strong hands and wrists.
How does he remember all those different little celebration handshakes he has with each individual player? Jim, do you have any idea the answer to that question? How do you remember all that?
I have asked him about that, and he has one individually for most guys on the team.
Right.
And before the game, if you ever are here at Great American Ballpark and see these guys right before the game, he goes up and down the line with numerous, if not everyone, in the dugout, and has a particular way to get ready. Call it a handshake or whatever, however you want to label it. He's got one. I don't know how he remembers it.
Well, I think that it's easier for Todd to remember those handshakes because he's given them a lot more than some of those other guys.
Well said. Now look at this. All right, now a couple of them, even Suarez just got here, right? Some other high fives, and then we'll pick that back up here in a second. Once he started getting down alive a little bit as the smoke from the fireworks going off. Now here come the rest of the guys. Got the there's some with Negron. Okay, now here comes the salute with Iglesias, and now he's got the Lorenzen and Billy Hamilton thing going on there. And you saw when we went to the live shot, he even had the one for the Cincinnati policeman sitting down there at the end of the dugout.
Well, that ought to be a salute too,
for sure. One ball and 2 strikes on Jay Bruce.
They had to wait for the smoke to clear, which kind of settled in right after the home run celebration. Shot up some fireworks. The smoke kind of settled right in there at home plate. It looked like a fog.
And there is no wind. You look at the flags out there, the flag poles in left center field. There is 0 wind. So it's just sitting here. That one is just out of flow.
Or as my old roomie in AA used to say, the wind's blowing straight down.
Straight down. This is never an issue like we're seeing right now. I mean, not that it's an issue, but it never is like this. That's how still the air is right now. So the Reds a 2-0 lead. It's 1-2 to Jay Bruce. And he pops up a breaking ball into short right. And I believe that's a third baseman out there, is it not? Yeah, that's Castellanos. He's going to jog a mini marathon to get back over there to third base. Coming up later on, we'll have our Miller Time moment. As always, that is brought to you by Miller Lite. Pena had a big base hit his first time up. That sent Jay Bruce from second to third base, setting up the suicide squeeze, and he hit it in the exact same spot. A little firmer this time. It's a 2-for-2 night for Brian Pena.
Both pitches just about in identical spots, up and out over the plate. That looked like a cutter, I think, that he threw in there at 87 miles an hour. That could have been a changeup. Price not able to get his changeup down and away like he was so effective in his last outing against the Cleveland Indians. Oh, that was a cutter. Comes off your hand, kind of spirals like almost like a football. He's had plenty of chances to have an ongoing conversation with Cabrera. And when David Price pitches, that doesn't happen very often.
No. Of course, Pena, as we mentioned last night, played for the Tigers for 1 year in 2013, so he knows virtually every guy that's out there on the field.
Dominguez all geared up for a fastball there, and he gets a slider. Price does one thing. He does a lot of things great, but one thing he does that is very difficult for a lot of pitchers to do, which is to pitch effectively down in the zone and then pitch effectively up in the zone. A lot of times when you get your eyesight set in one or the other, then you get out of there, it's hard to get back. But he goes up the ladder with that 95-mile-an-hour fastball, looks so good, and gets a lot of strikeouts up there.
0-2 the count, and a fastball sails up and away. Dominguez struck out on a high fastball his first time up. The 1-2 pitch, and a fastball that ran out on his hands. One and two on Dominguez. One run in, one on, one out. We're in the bottom of the fourth inning, and the Reds with a 2-0 lead. And Dominguez out on strikes. That one foul tipped into the mitt of McCann, and that'll bring up Suarez with two away and Pena at first base. Fifth strikeout of the game for David Price.
Well, I can see why the Tigers really like James McCann behind the plate. I mean, if you watch him back there, he's very quiet as a catcher. He's no small guy. He's a pretty big guy, but he gets very small back there. Gives the umpire a really good look at the strike zone. Doesn't bounce around too much. I don't see David Price shaking him off all that much either.
You know, it brought something to mind, and something I want to jump on because you brought it up to me, and I thank you for it. But I want to make sure we correct something that we talked about last night. When the Tigers reliever Alex Wilson came into the game, I had made the mistake of saying he was from Hurricane. That's the way it's spelled, Hurricane, West Virginia. When in actuality, that's not how they pronounce it in West Virginia, correct?
Hurricane.
Hurricane. So for all of you in Hurricane, West Virginia, my sincere apologies.
Our sincere apologies. I was right with you. And you know what? I'm wondering when. I don't think we've ever had a caravan stop in Hurricane.
No, I've driven,
maybe it's time to have
there
one.
The exit many times. Seen it on my way down south, navigating down into Virginia and North Carolina. But I always thought it was Hurricane. So Hurricane. Understand his father's side of the family is from Erlanger, Kentucky, and that a lot of their family is here at the ball game here tonight. Hurricane, West Virginia.
Now you got it.
You know who would have known that? Huggy Bear.
Oh, you
anytime from now on anything comes up with West Virginia, we got to call Bob Huggins and make sure we've got it all covered. Great basketball coach. Well, one of the all-time great coaches. Just keeps rolling right up the all-time wins list.
And you know, not only is he a great coach, but he's a fun guy to watch coach.
Yeah.
Because when he gets a little upset and he starts getting into it with the refs or the players,
yep,
that could make for a complete separate subplot in that ball game that is worth watching.
I tell you, I did their games for 10 years, and I consider myself so fortunate just to have watched, as you said, watch him coach and be around him during practice. That's not for the thin skin now. I mean, there's no debate about that. But you realize if he keeps going the way he's going, and at his age he got started so young, he's going to finish in the top 5 all time in the history of college basketball in wins if he keeps winning at the pace that he has won during his entire career. What a coach. I'd like to see him win the big one time. Just win the big one. The whole thing. Three and 2 on Suarez. And ball 4. So Johnny Cueto will bat with 2 out and 2 on here in the 4th inning.
That's why this is a good at bat by Suarez, because he works a walk and gets Cueto to the plate in this inning rather than have Cueto come back and have to lead the inning off when the Reds come back in the 5th. Well, that's just this constant parade of former teammates down there for Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah, that's right. Whole parade of stars over there.
Maybe Johnny Cueto would like to meet Miguel Cabrera. Knock a little base hit right here.
I'll tell you what now, he has taken a couple of hearty rips in his first at bat and now the first strike in this at bat.
A 227 average. Not too shabby. Saw a bunch of those numbers coming out of April.
Johnny trying to surprise him and bunt his way off. Full slate of interleague games continue And much like this series, there are a number of other series around baseball which are 4 gamers during the course of the week that are going 2-2. St. Louis playing tonight in Minnesota. Milwaukee is in Kansas City. That went underway. The Pirates in Chicago to battle the White Sox. Tampa Bay and Washington moved to D.C. tonight. Here's the 0-2. Swung on and fouled out of play.
Another pretty good pitching matchup there when the Giants and the Mariners tee it up. That is Bumgarner and Felix Hernandez.
Very nice. Very nice. That's a doubleheader for you. Reds, Tigers, Cueto v. Price, and then late night Hernandez v. Bumgarner.
Lefty righty, lefty righty.
To pitch, and a bouncer to Cabrera, and that will end the inning. But the Reds get the home run ball from Frasier, number 21 on the year. It gives the Reds a 2-0 lead at the end of 4. Brought to you by your local Ford dealer. Ford, go further. By Meyer, find more for a healthier you at Meyer. And by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the country on the U.S. News and World Report's best children's hospitals in America. You know, talking with some of the folks who came in with a Tigers traveling party and talking about everything going on in downtown Cincinnati, you know, over the last number of years, certainly since they have been here, and having a chance to check out the banks. The last time they were here, none of that was here.
Yeah.
And I think there are going to be many, many others that come in from out of town. Everything going up in Vine Street, and of course Mount Adams still spectacular, but they just couldn't believe it. And obviously that is the goal. They have a long way to go. We know that. They know that. But they're hoping that their downtown can have the sort of renaissance and reinvent itself like downtown Cincinnati has over the last number of years, and getting stronger by the day. J.D. Martinez to lead things off here in the Tigers' 5th. The Reds with a 2-0 lead, 2 runs, 4 hits against David Price. No runs, 1 hit. A 1-out double in the first inning by Ian Kinsler against Johnny Cueto.
Now that first pitch that Johnny Cueto threw in this about the J.D. Martinez, I mean, the hesitation that he had, and then even tilted his shoulders a little bit.
Now he comes back and quick pitches Martinez on a 1-1 count. 1 away. Get free autographs from your favorite MLB and Reds legends and Hall of Famers, including the likes of Barry Larkin, Tony Perez, Eric Davis, and many, many more at the T-Mobile All-Star Fan Fest, and that's with the price of admission to get in. Tickets available right now at allstargame.com. Jam shot. Boy, this is just domination through 4 2/3. I mean, Cueto is just wearing people out so far. Now, we have a long way to go, but this isn't some patsy lineup here.
Well, I mean, you talk about getting in their kitchen. Those last 2 batters, I mean, get it right off their thumbs. And it's a nice time to have a very quick inning, because on the other side, David Price had his toughest inning. He took a lot of time between pitches, even later in that inning, even with the out eventually to Johnny Cueto.
James McCann with a count of 1-0. McCann struck out looking. He disagreed with the home plate umpire on that called third strike. His first time up. It's 2-0. There's that hesitation again, and it's 3 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, and I think he lost his concentration a little bit on that. First 2 pitches barely missed, but that time on a 2-0 count. When you go through the first 2 hitters, you know, in a process of about 3 pitches, you know the next guy is going to take the first pitch and have a 4-pitch walk. You know, watching Johnny change his delivery like that, fast, slow, big turn, no turn, kind of reminds me of the way that we saw Bronson Arroyo for years change his arm angle. From the full windup, he always had that big, high, straight leg kick. But you never knew whether it was coming out sidearm, overhand, slow curve, four-seamer. Cueto's kind of doing the same type of mix-up, but with his turn rather than his arm slot.
Of course, they're talking about Arroyo. You bring him up as Cueto has now thrown 5 in a row out of the strike zone after retiring 13 straight rather easily. Only 1 hard hit ball since that double by Kinsler, and that was a line out by Miguel Cabrera. 1-0 the count, and there's a strike. You know, they were talking about Arroyo in spring training with a target at the beginning of August following Tommy John surgery. He was far more optimistic than that. So hopefully it won't be too far down the road when Bronson Arroyo is able to get back there on the mound out for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Really root for him to come back and pitch well again.
Well, he's 37. And had Tommy John surgery last July. So sometime in August would be probably not unreasonable to think about it.
Two and 2 on Iglesias, and it's fouled back to the screen. It's a funny game, baseball. Here Cueto is just absolutely cruising. We're talking about him getting through a 1-2-3 inning in about 5 pitches maybe. And all of a sudden, after retiring Martinez and Castellanos, he walks McCann on 4 pitches, and he's quite a battle here now with Iglesias at 2-2. And the at-bat continues. And that's how fast things can all of a sudden change. I don't mean change it all of a sudden something's gone wrong with Cueto. It's just that you're really getting a nice rhythm. You're getting a good groove. It's kind of like a 2-0 lead. All of a sudden you retire 13 in a row. The other team can't touch him. You walk a guy, next guy hits one in the seats, and what just happened? Cueto trying to put him away and still can't do it.
Well, the one saving grace you have if you're Johnny Cueto, there's no need to feel like you have to throw a strike here and miss in the middle of the zone and have this guy hurt you, because he can hurt you. You've got the pitcher in the on-deck circle who only gets about 4 at-bats a year, hasn't had a hit in 5 years. So
Cueto had a chance to finish this inning, even with, say, a 4 or 5 pitch at bat to the third hitter in the inning, with right around 55 pitches. But now all of a sudden he's knocking on the door of 68, and this is going to be the 10th pitch in this at bat. And you might be saying, well, big deal. Well, come the 7th or 8th inning, it might be a big deal.
And it could be
that 12 pitch swing.
That 12 pitch swing could mean 1 fewer inning that he can pitch, and then he has to give it to somebody in the bullpen other than Aroldis Chapman if the Reds have the lead.
Those are little things about the truly, truly great ones. And I mean the guys that are in the Hall of Fame that year after year after year. Little things like that will rarely happen. Hitting over. Still only 1 hit allowed by Johnny. And he has a 2-0 lead. And it's presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. Tomorrow we'll get underway once more at 6:30 with Reds Live. Our T-Mobile game changer. Of course, the great, late great, dear friend, Sparky Anderson. Look at that winning percentage with the Reds in 9 seasons. You're not going to find another manager that has that kind of winning percentage over a 9-year time frame for a long, long time for most teams. Of course, he won a World Series, 4 pennants with the Reds, 2 World Series here. Won the '84 World Series as manager of the Detroit Tigers. And won the American League Manager of the Year twice with Detroit. Won it again in 1987. Boy, we miss him.
Well, he managed 5 All-Star games as a Reds manager in the National League. He managed 1 in the American League. Well, he had some teams. I mean, you think you got the Big Red Machine, and then that 1984 team that the Tigers had that started out of the gate something like 35-5. I mean, it was over.
Hamilton, a line drive right at Ian Kinsler to begin the Reds' 5th. Chris, I know you agree with this. I think the easiest thing in the world sometimes for a lot of us, and we're all guilty of it, but you know, whether you're talking about fans or the media about how, well, you know, if I had those guys, anybody could have won the World Series. Well, that's just simply not true. I mean, you know, you talk about the Big Red Machine, and with all those great players, yeah, they won it twice. They won it 2 years in a row. But think what they had to do just to win the first one. A 7-game World Series. What, 4 of those games decided by a run, you know, hit here, bloop there, pitch there. Now the Yankees, they overwhelmed. They dominated in 1976. But when Sparky took over, they lost in 70 to Baltimore. They lost in 72 to Oakland. Win it in 75 and 76. They had the same cast of characters the next year, and they added Tom Seaver. So.
And they still had to get by the Pittsburgh Pirates many of those years, too.
And the Phillies.
May have been the Big Red Machine had the Reds not beaten them in the playoffs.
Exactly.
I mean, they were a really good team.
Oh, 2 pitch. And a bouncer over the mound. Kinsler charging. And we'll throw out Brandon for the second out here in the 5th inning.
Here, when I was 19 years old, I was asked if I wanted to throw batting practice to the Big Red Machine, which I said absolutely. Chief Bender asked me when I met him down in Tampa. And he said, here's Sparky Anderson's number. When your school is over and in the summertime and you have some time, you give the manager a call. And, of course, I guarded that. I put that little slip of paper in the safety deposit box, the only thing I had in the box. Anyway, I called him up, and you know how they answered the phone at the Anderson residence? This is the happy household.
You're a kid.
No. And I said, well, I'd like to speak with Mr. Anderson, please.
Mr. Happy.
Yeah, it was him. But that's the way he answered the phone there.
How about that? Well, that's a great story. That is a great story. Jim, you have something to add to that? You're looking up at me. I thought, were you giving that the thumbs up?
I was just giving it the thumbs up like you. I love to hear Sparky Anderson stories, and that is an all-timer right there.
I mean, what a true treasure. You know, one of the great blessings growing up as a kid around baseball when your dad's working inside the game, and for me, it was more than anything else. Kids weren't allowed in the press box at Riverfront Stadium when I was growing up as a kid, for a lot of it anyway. Not until much later into college did that rule change. So when I was a kid, rarely could I ever sit in the booths with my dad while he was broadcasting baseball games. But the irony was, I was allowed to go in the clubhouse. Which today, I mean, that's almost blasphemous to consider that could happen.
Sure.
Don't want to bother anybody. And in those days, I mean, I'd go in there and sit in Sparky Anderson's office every day when my dad was doing the manager show. Wow. And what a wonderful, wonderful guy he was. De Jesus gone swinging, and we move to the 6th. As advertised, 2-0. Reds in front. Reds execute the suicide squeeze. Jay Bruce scoring on the bunt by Eugenio Suarez for a 1-0 lead. Todd Frasier, 2 home runs in the Motor City last night to the deepest part of right center. Leading off the 4th inning tonight. And so far that's been plenty for Cueto. He has been something. He's only allowed 1 hit and only 2 base runners through the front 5. As it's 9-1-2 for the Tigers here in the 6th. Johnny set to deliver his 70th pitch of the night. And there's a strike to David Price, who tapped out, nearly legged out an infield hit his first time up on a tapper to third. Well, look at the clouds rolling through here. You got to look at it at home. The different colors, shades of gray and nearly black, and a little bit of blue sneaking in there. Man. Two and 2 on Price. Strikeout for Johnny Cueto. It's time for another Fox Sports Ohio ticket offer. Half off terrace line seats for Saturday's game against the Marlins. You get them for $20.50. Now some seating restrictions apply. Here's what you have to do, and you got to do it tonight. Go to Reds.com/FSOhio. Use the code FSOhio15. FSOhio15. When tonight's game is over, the offer is over. So log on right now. 1 walk, 4 strikeouts, 1 hit allowed by Cueto. Pitch misses up and in. Ghost is bounced out to Cueto and flying out to shallow center. Two and 2 on Ghost. This is now 4 at-bats in a row where Cueto is actually having to start to work a little bit. He had the 4-pitch walk after retiring 13 in a row. He had the 10-pitch at bat before he put away Iglesias to end the 5th inning. 11-pitch at bat. He went 2 and 2 on Price before the strikeout, and now 3 and 2 on Ghost. Base hit right field.
And really one of the most solidly hit balls all night. That's a really good at bat by Anthony Ghost. Just kind of waited him out, fouled off a couple of pitches just to foul him off. And after a slider in the dirt, pretty much a center cut fastball.
It's only be the 4th batter all night where Cueto's had to pitch out of the stretch. He allowed the 1-out double to Kinsler. In the 1st inning, struck out Cabrera and Cespedes. And then after the 2-out walk in the 5th inning, he got Iglesias on a bouncer to Frasier. We're getting in the heart of the order now. It's a big inning for Cueto. It's only a 2-0 game. You've got Kinsler now, and you got the big fella on deck. Caught the inside corner, a ball and a strike on Ian Kinsler. Well, there were a lot of Reds fans in Detroit the first 2 games of this series, and there are a pile of Tiger fans in Cincinnati tonight.
They're making some noise too.
Well, look at those faces. One and one on Kinsler. We know Ghost can run.
Well, the one thing Ghost is not doing tonight, Tom, that he did the last couple of nights against the Reds, is that he gets a little bit of a lead. We mentioned how he inches off a little bit at a time once the pitcher gets into his set position. But against Johnny Cueto, the word is out. You don't do that. He's got as quick a feet, quick move to first base as any right-hander in baseball. I'm not so sure they're even going to try it here. 2 runs down. Why would they risk running themselves out of an inning?
Cueto went through nearly 4 innings on 30 pitches. He has gone the last 5 batters right around 30 pitches.
And that was with 2 outs in the last inning. He had a 4-pitch walk. He's down the number 7 hitter in the order, James McCann. And it just kind of set the pace of him now either mentally just losing a little bit or just trying to find that release point to get a put-away pitch. And he's missed upstairs with a fastball.
There's trouble in brewing here, and you can see this from where we're sitting up here. It's not to say Cueto can't get out of this thing. We've seen him do it a lot, but Brian Price is his pitching coach, certainly beginning to sense that this is not the same Cueto over the last 5 batters that we saw through nearly the first 5 innings.
You know, back in the day, we've talked a lot about Sparky Anderson tonight. Back in the days of Sparky, his pitching coach wouldn't go to the mound. He would go out there to the mound. And if he was running out to the mound, you knew that he was only out there for a visit. But if he was walking slowly out there, that's when Captain Hook came in and did his business and got a new pitcher in there. Well, this is it right here.
Biggest at bat of the night so far. Plenty more still to come. Cueto struck out Miguel Cabrera in the first inning, the first time the two had ever faced one another. Cueto got ahead of ball and 2 strikes on Cabrera in the 4th inning, and Cabrera hit a laser right at the shortstop for an out.
Yeah, got ahead on fastballs. The changeup was laced right at the shortstop.
Came back with a 94-mile-per-hour fastball and beat Cabrera there. 1 ball and 1 strike. A 1-out single by Ghost. He's a runner at second, followed by a walk to Kinsler in front of Miguel Cabrera. Way back into right field, and the Tigers lead by a run. This guy is on a different planet from everybody playing the game today. This guy is something.
Well, there's only so many times you can go to the well and throw a fastball on the outer part of the plate. Brian Pena moved inside. That's where he wants it. Sometimes you miss your spot in a good spot. Sometimes you miss it out over the center of the plate. And he loses that ball for you. And just like that, the heavens open up. And here comes the rain.
And Johnny Cueto so emotional on the mound when he saw the grounds crew being summoned to get the tarp. And I got to be honest with you, Chris, he's a lot like me right now. He's looking around and saying, why in the world is this game being stopped? It's not even raining.
Well, they must have known that there's something coming that is going to dump a lot of rain in a hurry. And sometimes, you know, when these storms comes through here, if you don't get it down before the wind picks up, you don't get that tarp down at all.
This guy's not on the 16th or 17th hole here. This guy looks like he might be on the 10th or 11th hole.
He's got a lot of baseball left in him.
And he's already eclipsed 400 home runs, 450. Boat racing his way to 500 plus, maybe 600 before his career's over. Closing in on 1,500 runs batted in. We talked about it the other night that Alex Rodriguez became just a second player in Major League history to join Hank Aaron with over 2,000 runs batted in. And of course, Cabrera, correct me if I'm wrong, he's never been linked to the HGS generation. Never a part of that, much like we talked about Ken Griffey Jr. and Frank Thomas and guys like that. This is a different cat now.
And you know, I don't know if you saw Reds Live, the pregame show today, but we did a little special tech talk with the Cowboy Jeff Bradley. And we both agreed that when you pitch against the Tigers, you cannot allow the one guy in that lineup to get you. Now, every lineup has one guy that's somebody who's marginally better than everybody else. And right now in the Reds, it's Todd Frasier. If you're pitching against the Reds, you got to look at this lineup and say, I'm not letting Frasier beat me. But you say that maybe in lowercase. With Cabrera, it should be in bold caps. I will not let this guy beat me, period. And that's why we always say that as a pitcher, sometimes it's more important where you miss your pitch rather than where you throw your pitch and hit the target. Because if you miss out over the plate to Cabrera, he hits a home run. You miss out over the plate to somebody else, he may pop it up or hit a ground ball double play. So that's how good. That's how you need to recognize the superstars and pitch to them accordingly.
I'm curious now. We don't get to see players play all the time, and you and I don't talk about this kind of thing very much. We talk about a lot of things in baseball, but you know, is there anybody that you can say right now that you would rather have on your team as an offensive player than this guy in the game? There are strengths to other players. I'm not saying there aren't other great players, but if you had to have one guy right now, is there anybody that's even in the same breath as this guy?
You know, and a lot of Detroit people came in here and they said, wow. Now, they didn't take batting practice today because it was, you know, there was rain coming through. The grounds crew never got the field able to be prepared for batting practice. But people who have been here and then spent a lot of time in Detroit, they look at this ballpark and they would say that Cabrera is going to hit 40 to 50 a year at least. I mean, the records may be shattered here because the balls that he hit in Detroit, and he hits them to the warning track all the time there.
The one last night, you and I thought was 20 rows deep.
Oh, yeah.
When it left the bat.
Absolutely. And it barely got out.
No, that was the one that was caught.
Oh, the one that was caught in right center field. That would have hit the Toyota sign here.
I know it.
They'd have been giving away that truck on that ball. And it was an out in Detroit. So, yeah, I think that I agree with you. He's the guy. He's definitely the guy.
He is. All right, all the years you've been in baseball. And I know I'm throwing you on the spot here, and it's easy to forget, guys. But you go back to when you were pitching in the big leagues in the 80s. You've basically watched baseball at a professional level, whether it was a player or as a broadcaster, almost on a daily basis going back to the decade of the 1980s.
Yeah.
Is there any player that you say I would rather face less or yes than Miguel Cabrera?
The only guy really would be Barry Bonds. I mean, Bonds, now whether he had help or not, you know, is a discussion for another day.
Right.
But he was the one guy in my book who had the swing perfected. He took away this. He made the plate smaller, his strike zone smaller than everybody else's, because he got right up on the plate and he took away the inside pitching lane entirely. Because you never could come in there without hitting him with essentially a strike. And so he had a very narrow plate with which to work, about a 12-inch plate instead of a 17-inch wide plate. And he never missed. I mean, he was as quick to the ball as anybody, quicker than Cabrera to the ball, and had the kind of power that was just Cabrera's type of power. Now, Cabrera's a bigger guy, 6'4", 240 pounds. He's just about the same size, I think, as Anthony Rizzo. Almost the same type of body, really big. I mean, just looks like kind of like a linebacker. And but right now in this generation of player, Cabrera's the guy.
Well, still raining. Came down hard momentarily, and that's what Chris was thinking, that the grounds crew is well aware, making the umpires well aware that you know, hard stuff is coming, and I'm not sure it's raining anymore. In fact, you look down there on the puddles that are already forming on the tarp, and they don't appear to be, you know, moving at all.
No, but they do have the Doppler radar up on the scoreboard here, and you're seeing some weather coming by, and I guess we had one of the, it doesn't look like there's a lot of rain in the area, and you mentioned early on how fast it was coming through, and it looks like there might be a little bit behind this, and then we'll be back to playing ball very shortly.
All right. Well, we once again want to tell you, it's only good for tonight. The Fox Sports Ohio ticket offer. You get half off terrace line seats for Saturday's game. That's this Saturday against the Marlins. And again, a reminder, your schedule says 4 o'clock, games at 7. And you can get them for $20.50. Go to Reds.com/FSOhio. Use the code FSOhio15. FSOHIO15. And when the game's over, the ticket office for this particular offer is over and closed. So log on right now. Johnny Cueto cruising through the front 5 innings tonight, having allowed 1 hit. At one point he retired 13 in a row before he issued his first walk. That came with 2 away in the 5th. But then here in the 6th inning, a 1-out single by Gose, a walk to Kinsler, and Miguel Cabrera homers for the 15th time on this season. And Cabrera now with a league-leading 51 runs batted in. We're going to take a timeout. Jeff Pecoro and company standing by in the Fox Sports Ohio condominium. When we come back, Tigers lead 3-2. double, a Brian Pena single, a Eugenio Suarez suicide squeeze plates the game's first run. That came in the Reds' second inning. Todd Frasier led off the fourth and hammered his 21st home run of this season. Johnny Cueto was on cruise control at a 2-0 lead, retired at 1.13 in a row. I mean, he was just dominant. But then a walk in the fifth inning. He got the final out in that inning. Retired the first batter of the sixth. And then goes with a single to right. A walk to Ian Kinsler in front of the game's most extraordinary hitter. And Miguel Cabrera launched one way back to the seats in right field. A 3-run home run. And no sooner had that ball fallen from the sky into the stands, the rain began to fall from the sky into the playing field. And the game was halted. So the night is over for Johnny Cueto. He goes 5 1/3 innings. He allows a total of 3 hits and 3 runs, all earned. He walked 2 and fanned 4. And now taking over on the mound. Rather peculiar move here, considering that Manny Parra is the only left-handed reliever in the Reds bullpen outside of course, Aroldis Chapman. And we're only in the 6th inning. You have nothing but right-handed batters coming up. And with 1 out and nobody on, Parra is brought on from the bullpen.
Well, it's been a trying week for the bullpen and Brian Price, and I think he's trying to piece together now just inning by inning, maybe batter by batter, to get to the end of this ball game. Of course, that is if his ball club can come back and score a run or two, either to tie or take the lead.
Now it doesn't matter whether Manny Parra, since coming back from the disabled list, is fading right-handed batters or left-handed batters. Since he came off the disabled list, he has faced 19 hitters and has recorded 19 outs. That is doing it. Ball 1 to Cespedes as we're back in action. 1 hour and 14 minutes we waited during the rain delay. The Tigers with a 3-2 lead and a long way to go. Rolling the top half of the 6th, and there's a high fly ball to right. Should be the second out of the inning, and Bruce is there. It is.
Well, he has good swings on pitches down in the zone. Cespedes does. Really explodes on the ball down there.
Two away in the inning, and there's J.D. Martinez. He is fly to right to the base of the wall and right. His first time up in the 2nd inning, and then got jammed on a little pop up to Brandon Phillips his last time up. You know, one of our great sponsors is Apollo Home. Jim Gertson started that company and helped, actually not started it, but helped certainly take it to higher heights. His son Jamie doing the same thing now. But Jim Gertson of Apollo Home hanging out with his wife Cynthia, their son Jamie. Great sponsor of ours, and Jim is celebrating his 70th birthday today. So Jim, happy birthday. Hope you guys are having a great day, and even better night. Happy birthday, Jim Gertson. Gone swinging is J.D. Martinez. And Parra, man, is he pitching well right now. Frasier to lead it off in the 6th inning. Reds are down a run. Our IGS bringing the energy. Take a look, really almost on a weekly basis, not quite exactly a week, but take a look at where Frasier's numbers have gone. Was batting .215 the first week of May. .331 since then. And the Tigers must be saying, Frasier leading off an inning is the last thing in the world I want to see. He led off the 5th inning last night, hit a home run. Led off the 7th inning last night, hit a home run. Led off the 4th inning tonight, hit a home run. And now he leads off the 6th. Got tied up there as the Tigers go to their bullpen. Went to Hurricane, West Virginia High School. Did Alex Wilson. Still makes his home. Say it, Chris.
In Hurricane, even though somehow in between he made his way to Texas A&M. He's got a good fastball, averages 92, 93 on the fastball. Lots of sliders and cutters.
Well, the Reds got to nearly got to Wilson last night. In 2/3 of an inning, he allowed 3 hits, but no runs. That one swung on and fouled back out of play. He relieved the starter Kyle Ryan. He allowed a run scoring single by Billy Hamilton, which was charged to Ryan, and then allowed 2 hits with 1 out to Phillips and De Jesus before he was relieved. And the bullpen behind him did its job. 2-2. In the air to straightaway center field, and goes his there, and that'll take care of Frasier to start the Reds' 6th inning. Kroger and the Reds are once again proud to team up to offer you a great value this season. It's called the Kroger Meal Deal. You can check concession stands around the ballpark. For $9, you get a hot dog, a bag of chips, a 16-ounce Coke, and during this homestand, which has 4 more games left on it, David sunflower seeds. All that for $9. Get your Kroger Meal Deal next time you come to Great American Ballpark. And we hope that's sooner rather than later. Jay Bruce a double, a run scored, and a pop-up. Off the glove of Cabrera. And into right field, that ball is hammered by Jay Bruce. He has his 2nd hit tonight.
Well, he hit a double his first time up that went right on the chalk line down the right field line. That time Cabrera, who made some very nice plays the other day up in Detroit with the glove, was unable to backhand that ball.
David Price goes 5, allows 4 hits, 2 runs earned, walked a batter, struck out 6. Ryan Pena had 2 of those 4 hits against David Price. Batting, of course, from the right side, and now he'll spin around to hit left-handed against the righty Wilson.
little bit of a courtesy call throw over there by Wilson. I'm not so sure that this is a combination whether you're going to try to steal a base off one of the best catchers in all of Major League Baseball throwing runners out.
Well, broken bat pop up. Kinsler lets it fall, and he will get the out at second base.
Smart play right there. Really is a smart play. He knew the ball wasn't going to hit, spin, and roll anywhere, so he was going to be able to field it. He doesn't intentionally drop it. He just intentionally doesn't catch it. So the umpires can't call anything. It's a forced play at second, so you get a little speedier runner off the bases, and you replace him by putting Brian Pena in there.
Of course, that is one of those plays. It better work.
And it may have no bearing on anything.
Well, it might have some bearing, because this ball's going into left center field. It has no bearing. Long John Silver could have scored from first on this double to left center, and now a triple for Chris Dominguez, and we're tied. Great effort out there by Goes. Hey, Dominguez, for a big man, can run a little bit.
He really was picking him up and putting him down once he got going out there after he covered first base. Really going. Goes slides a long way. This ball goes into the deepest part of left center field. And Brian Pena all the way from first base coming around to score.
So now a chance to recapture the lead. Suarez, a fly ball in the first pitch, handled by Ghost, but the Reds tie the game in their first at bat following the Tigers taking the lead. 3-3, we go to the seventh.
Expanded Reds highlights you'll hear from the manager before anyone else. Reaction from the clubhouse and more. It's Reds Live. It's brought to you by Performance Kings Hot. I'm Jim Day. All-Star game coming up on July 14th, and Major League Baseball continuing to try to pay homage to the host city. And today they released the All-Star hats you will see on the field, and we'll show you the Reds design. And I'm sure this is going to get mixed reviews, but they're paying homage to the Reds' history, of course, being the oldest professional franchise. And the hats they wore back in the 1880s and 1890s is what they're paying homage to. Now, each team will have their own colors and their own stripes with their own logo on this, but you get an idea right there of what the Reds hat will look like. So, paying homage to the Queen City.
Well, as Chris Welsh likes to say, Jim Day, you better believe that. Christopher Negron takes over at shortstop. So a double switch. Taking over on the mound is right-hander Carlos Contreras, just brought back up from the minor leagues.
So it was Parra just to come in to get out of the inning in the 6th. 2 outs, nobody on, and now Contreras.
Well, it gives you an idea about the kind of faith that Brian Price has in Manny Parra right now. He brought him in to make sure that, not to say that anybody in the lineup can't hurt you, because we know they can, but I mean, he brought him in to face 2 good hitters, red hot hitters, down a run to take care of Cespedes and Martinez, and that's exactly what Manny did.
So you get down a little bit lower in the order. You bring in Contreras, hoping that he continues what he began to do down in AAA, throwing the ball pretty well.
Castellanos with a count of 2 balls and a strike. A lot of Tiger fans here tonight. As we mentioned, there were a lot of Reds fans in Detroit the last 2 nights. Two on Castellanos, followed by McCann and Iglesias. Then the pitcher spot. High fly ball in the center field, be handled by Hamilton. And the fans really giving it back and forth to one another. Even routine fly balls to center field will bring cheers from the Reds fans after hearing it from the Tigers, and they're revving it back up. Now it's their turn.
Well, considering it was a rain delay of nearly an hour and 15 minutes, a lot of people stayed around. There was a good crowd before the rains came down. Really good crowd.
I think we're going to be right in the neighborhood where they were for their crowds in Detroit the last couple of nights. They were right around 30,000. A little better than that last night. They had 33,000. Under 30,000 on Monday night, but not more often. They are already in the 8th inning in Minnesota, where the Twins lead the Cardinals 2-1. Well, but you talk about, it looks like the Chicago Bears went in to shut out the Cleveland Browns. 17-0. That's right. 17-0. Now the big story in that game, Chris, Middletown High School alum Kyle Schwarber made his first big league start tonight. He was a designated hitter for the Cubs. And man, you talk about making an impact in your first major league game. Schwarber, who played catcher at Indiana and has only been in professional baseball a year and a half, got his first major league hit, a triple. That would be the first of 4 hits in 5 at-bats. He knocked in 2 and scored 3. So congratulations to Kyle Schwarber. You were looking up some of these guys' minor league numbers.
Oh, he was a heck of a player, obviously, coming out of Indiana. First-round pick, 4th taken overall last year. Left-handed hitter, a catcher and a big guy, 6 feet 235 pounds. His minor league numbers, I mean, every year he batted, the lowest he ever batted in the minor leagues was 300. And that was last year when he finished up at high A in Daytona. This year he went to double A, and the Cubs pulled him right out of double A.
But correct me if I'm wrong here now. Didn't he go like 3 levels last year alone?
He did, yeah. 3 teams overall, he batted 344.
344.
18 home runs his first year of pro ball as a 21-year-old.
And they brought him all the way up, as you mentioned, from double A, where, in 60-something games, he had almost knocked in a run per game.
Right.
Not exactly that.
Well, in 58 games, he had 39 runs batted in. This year, down in Tennessee for the Smokies.
Tell you what now, those Smokies fans have had, I believe they're in Knoxville.
They are. Well, They are in Knoxville.
Their last 2 seasons. Now think about the guys they've seen the last 2 years. Last year at the break, Chris Bryant had almost 30 home runs in the first half of the season. Then they moved him up to AAA. And they had already decided they weren't going to see him at the major league level last year. And now here this year, Schwarber brought straight to the major leagues from AA. Nice work by Contreras. A 1-2-3-7. 3-3 game. Reds are coming up. At the Blind Pig on West 3rd Street in downtown Cincinnati. That's West 3rd. Your chance to win great prizes. Be a part of the energy on game day. It's underway at 5 o'clock tomorrow at the Blind Pig on West 3rd. 3-3 ball game. Reds come to bat here in the last of the 7th inning. It's still Wilson on the mound. Christopher Negron just took over at short a moment ago. He'll lead off, followed by Hamilton and Brandon. First pitch swinging Negron, and that's an easy out. Billy show and bunt. That one thrown to the backstop. 2 balls and a strike.
I like to see him do that often. I mean, every chance he gets. If he knows he's going to take the pitch, go ahead and do a little fake bunt, pull it back. If the infielder's running a little bit. Remember that also, the turf is wet. Footing's got to be a little bit bad, even though they have the tarp down at times.
really trying to get on and make something happen right here and right now in this 3-3 game in the bottom of the 7th inning. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wilson the pause and the pitch. And that's off of Hamilton's foot. Oh, it was more closer to the knee.
It looks like he gets a lot of turn with his upper body hitting from the left side that he doesn't get quite as much from the right side. Just watch his torso, his shoulders really close up on him. And when he closes his shoulders up, that back elbow of his really flies up into the air. I know that over the years that's one thing that Jay Bruce has battled. Trying to keep that elbow down. Remember what Joe Morgan used to do? Watch the elbow here of Hamilton. You really can't see it from that shot, but that's one reason why Joe Morgan used to do that little chicken wing thing, so he could keep that elbow down.
Two away here in the Reds' 7th inning, and you can cheer on the Reds this Saturday. They take on the Marlins right here at the ballpark, and it's part of our Super Saturdays this season. And this Saturday, the first 25,000 fans in attendance receive a Brandon Phillips bobblehead presented by Fox Sports Ohio. 513-381-REDS. Now, Jim Day, you reported last night that David Price's mom is a big Brandon Phillips fan, and that David, I think you said he had tweeted out the message that he had to get a hold of one of those bobbleheads before he left town. Do you know if that plan has been executed?
I don't think the plan has been executed yet, but I think it is in motion. And it was indeed a tweet saying that, hey, I'm going to need one of those. Your bobbleheads a couple days after we all leave town, is what the tweet said, something to that effect. And I'm going to need one for my mom. And Brandon's going to oblige.
All right. Now, Jim, we all know. I mean, it's not like any secret or anything. The relationship you have with Brandon Phillips. You two have become such good friends through the years. Is he happy with the look of the bobblehead? Do you know?
I don't know, but I am going to definitely get a scouting report. I'm not sure he's seen this one yet. He might have seen a picture of it, but typically I will go in and get a scouting report.
Right.
And I'll certainly get a scouting report from his teammates as well. So we look forward to that.
Yeah, but he'll give you the inside. He won't give the rest of us the same kind of real feelings that he has about it. And we know Brandon likes to talk, but for some reason it's almost like he's having a little fun with you.
He is, but he loves to see himself on TV and loves to see pictures of himself, and I'm sure he loves any type of bobblehead that involves him. Sort of like,
you're probably right.
Sort of like Muhammad Ali with that famous interview with Howard Cosell. Howard Cosell used the word truculent. He said, I don't know what truculent is, but if it's good, I'm that. So that's pretty much Brandon. If it's good, I'm that.
Two and two on Brandon Phillips. Two away, nobody on in a 3-3 game. And a ground ball to short. Reds are gone in order in the 7th inning. We march on to the 8th. Tied at 3.
transmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
3-3 game here at GABP. We told you that Marlon Byrd began a rehab stint, AA Pensacola tonight, and going pretty well. 1 for 4 with that one hit. A 3-run bomb. If you're just joining us, Marlon Byrd's rehab going well, and if things go well at Pensacola, Brian Price said before today's game that it might only be a 2-game stint. You could see him here this weekend. We'll keep you updated.
All right, Jim Day, thank you very much. That's good news. Reds could certainly use Marlon Byrd's bat back in this lineup. For that matter, his defense. His defense has been terrific this year. Contreras does his job, puts together a 1-2-3 7th inning, and now in the 8th, the Reds will bring on the right-hander Ryan Matthews.
Well, Brian Price trying to piece it together as best he can, and he's going to bring in a guy who's been used a lot. He pitched last night, did have the 15th off, but he pitched 2 days before that. 2 innings in Chicago, followed by a third of an inning on the 14th. Both of those Reds losses, walk-off losses.
Tyler Collins, a fly ball in the right field that'll reach the seats on Matthews' first pitch. And the Tigers have a lead at 4-3.
Little breaking ball that caught the center of the plate, and it's a slider that's a pretty good hanger. When you get it right around the knees or maybe an inch or two above, that is a good hitting spot. Didn't get a lot of it, but enough to get it out of here.
First pitch swinging is Ghost, and that's a fly ball into left field for the first out here in the Tigers' 8th. Collins is a pinch hitter, their left-handed weapon off the bench. He was a starter as a designated hitter in the game last night. And Collins went 0 for 3, but he breaks a 3-3 tie here in the 8th inning. Two away in the inning as Kinsler has gone on strikes.
Ryan Matthews fires a fastball in the low 90s. He got a little sinking action, and that is our Cholula flamethrower, brought to you by Cholula Hot Sauce. Gets a strikeout from Kinsler.
First pitch fastball at 93 is fouled away by Miguel Cabrera. The Reds had a 2-0 lead with 2 on and 1 out in the 6th inning. And Cabrera hammered one halfway up the seats in right field for a 3-run home run. Gave the Tigers a 1-run lead. Reds would tie it after an hour and 14-minute rain delay in the bottom of the 6th inning. And it stayed that way until this Tiger 8th, when Tyler Collins, a pinch hitter, a home run on the first pitch delivered by Ryan Matthews. Reds have 2 more cracks at him. Down a run.
I'm wondering if maybe Cabrera strained something right there. He asked the umpire for some extra time, and Tim Timmons is going to go out and brush off the play, give him a little bit of a breather. He was kind of shaking his left hand after he took a awkward swing at that low pitch. Take another look at that pitch, and he asked for a little time. And at the very end of that, he kind of shakes his hand, and one-handed, this guy might be better than most two-handed.
Shattered bat that goes into the outfield grass. But damage done. Pinch hit home run by Collins gives Detroit a 1-run lead. In the driver's seat. Presented by Kia, putting the Tigers in the driver's seat. Breaking a 3-3 tie with a home run to right field. That's the only left-handed batter off their bench. And the Reds have already used the only left-hander in their bullpen besides Aroldis Chapman. That's when Manny came on to retire 2 good hitters, Cespedes and Martinez, ending the 6th inning. Andrew Romine takes over at third base. And Jabba Chamberlain, the one-time Herald and Yankee farmhand, takes over on the mound. DeJesus, Frasier, Bruce, 2 up. And that pitch is in the dirt.
Now, just in case you don't know, Jabba is not Chamberlain's given name. His real name is Justin Lewis. when he was a kid growing up, one of the siblings around heard him, the sibling, try to pronounce Java's cousin Joshua's name correctly and couldn't say it. So it came out as Java. And Java's father liked the sound of that nickname and gave it to his son. And there you have Justin Lewis morph into Java.
I like that. Java. See, now that's a story that I think he's given somebody. Given you. His mom and dad probably right around the same age where we are. And they remember Java.
Well,
a hut.
Yeah. Well, if you're a big guy growing up with that name, I'm sure he gets reminded of it. He did in the papers in New York.
You're right about that. And they Jesus retire. Here comes Frasier. Now the Reds do have Votto on that bench. And down in the Tiger bullpen, all is quiet right now. I only bring that up because, you know, you're not going to hit for Frasier. You're not going to hit for Bruce. And the way Payne is swinging the bat from the right side right now, you're not going to hit for him. But they don't have a left-hander getting loose in the bullpen, and that's, I'm sure, precisely why Brad Ausmus does not have a left-hander warming up, figuring the Reds are not going to hit for any of these guys coming up anyway.
Pretty good looking slider from Chamberlain there.
0-2 on Todd Frazier.
Established the fastball, comes back with the slider. I imagine now he's just going to try to expand the strike zone a little bit. Good shot of a slider going down and away.
Came with a 95-mile-per-hour fastball to Chamberlain there. Todd Frazier, through 65 games, has the second most extra base hits of any player in Reds franchise history. 3 behind Johnny Lee in his MVP season of 1970.
Well, you know, the one thing you notice about Todd Frazier now is that his moves at the plate with his feet are much smoother. He gets his foot down in just the right time. He's not too much ahead of the pitch. He's never behind the pitch, or rarely ever behind it. But he's keeping everything nice and level. Watch his head stay level. When he's going bad, you see that head kind of leaning out over the plate a little bit, moving up and down. Just locked in.
2-2 to count. Chamberlain to Frazier. Ground ball is short. 2 away. Jay Bruce 2 out of 3 tonight. A double, scored a run in the second inning. Has popped to third and single to right. Reds down a run with 2 away here in the 8th inning, and that breaking ball just got away from Chamberlain. fly ball left field, and Cespedes goes up and can't come down with it. And Jay Bruce has his third hit, his second double of the game.
All of a sudden, it seems like Jay Bruce is awfully dangerous on pitches that are up above the waist. He hit that ball a long way. Cespedes is probably not really familiar with anything out there in left field. There was no batting practice today, but very much the way the Reds went into Comerica Park in Detroit, having had no chance to take infield or anything before their first game because it was rainy in the afternoon. Same thing here.
Now, it'd be interesting how they attack Pena. As Brad Ausmus knows, you look over that on-deck circle, it's Chris Dominguez, and the Reds have Votto waiting in the wings. I would be stunned if Chamberlain does not come right after Pena here. They don't have, or do they have a left-hander now? No, they still have no one getting loose in the bullpen. And
I got to tell you,
Dominguez was moved to first base.
You know, sometimes pitchers don't think about that. I mean, you're thinking about the guy in the batter's box, not necessarily about the strategy of who's on deck or in the. Whoa!
Oh, can you believe that? Lady Luck shines upon the Reds in the eighth. And we are tied. A three-hit night for Brian Pena.
Boy, that's got to feel so good to do it against his former team. Right back through the box. Almost through the wickets right there. And, you know, I'm not so sure they would have gotten Brian Pena at first base. Iglesias very upset that that ball hit the bag. Of course, when it hit the bag and went into the outfield, that would have enabled Bruce to score from second base. And now we're going to see Votto after all.
Starting to rain again as well. Joey Votto bats for Dominguez. Well, that is a venomous breaking ball right there on the first pitch. Mercy.
You got to come out of the on-deck circle as a pinch hitter thinking, I'm getting a fastball here. Java Chamberlain throwing 95, and then he drops this one on you.
Woo! That's big league breaking ball right there. Pulled foul. Votto in his career infrequent to pinch hit. He has 5 hits and 18 career pinch hit at bats, including a home run. Reds fell behind in the 6th, tied it in the 6th, fell behind in the 8th, tie it in the 8th. On the Pena 2-out hit. Now Votto in a 0-2 hole as the rain comes down a little harder. Fastball away. This is the last bit of rain, at least according to the radar, in and around greater Cincinnati. So we're hoping this will be quick. We hope. Fastball up high. 2-2 to Joey Votto. looks out one like Peter Edward used to, all the way into that catcher's mitt. 3-2. Schumacher waits in the on-deck circle. That is Ryan Matthews' spot in the batting order, 7th next.
All right, 3-2. Watch Chamberlain come up here with Votto on this pitch. Looks like the slider.
Sinking liner, right center fielder to get out. On his way to third is Pena. Votto a pinch hit.
Pretty good at bat for Joey Votto right there. Boy, Brian Pena tonight has scored from first on a triple. Goes from first to third on that base hit to right field. He's been running all over the place, and this is the base hit that sends him to third. For Votto, I think he had an inkling that he was getting a break the ball right there. He just stayed back on that ball very nicely.
Corners give Schumacher with a chance to give his team the lead. We told you the Tigers bring on the left-hander from the bullpen. It's Blaine Hardy. Opponents batting .237 against this left-hander.
I'm still stunned that they did not have this left-hander ready for Joey Votto.
They're not alone. There might be guys standing out there wearing gray wondering the same thing. Here's a 1-0. Breaking ball away, 2-0. There is no one loosening in the bullpen. And they have a number of them to choose from down there. They have 3 left-handers. Here's a 2-0 to Schumacher. Swung on and fouled out of play off to the third base side. Excellent pinch hitting numbers this season for Skip. He'd like to tack on one more right here and right now. Came with a fastball that ran on him and he fouled it back. The go-ahead run is Pena at third. Reds also have Votto, I beg your pardon, over at first base. 2 outs, 2-2 count. Oh boy. Close, real close.
Must have missed a little bit outside.
That's a take your breath away curve.
You're not kidding about that.
Started to, did he go? And the umpire says yes, he went. Skip Schumacher doesn't like that call a little bit by the third base umpire Mike Everett.
Now you be the judge. I can see why they rung him up.
But the Reds tie the game. We're on our way to the ninth, even at 4. (1967), our Miller time moment. Only 3 runs scored in that All-Star game, the biggest one coming in the top of the 15th inning off the bat of Reds Hall of Famer Tony Perez. He snapped a 1-1 tie, a home run off the Hall of Famer, late great catfish hunter. Tony was rewarded with a game's most valuable player award, and to this day that 15-inning affair in 1967 remains the longest All-Star game ever played. All right, let's bring you up to speed on all the changes, and there are a lot of them. You have Schumacher remaining in the game. Votto pinch hit does not stay in the game. De Jesus moves over to first base. What a versatile player he is. Schumacher, the same story. So you have Frasier, Negron, Brandon, De Jesus third to first, Pena catching, Schumacher, Hamilton, Bruce left, center, and right. And now on the mound, the Reds closer, Aroldis Chapman.
31 games now for Aroldis, 14-15 in save opportunities. He'll pitch here in this tie ball game because the Reds are at home. No save situation from here on out.
Aroldis was just as overpowering as we have perhaps ever seen him in the game last night in Detroit. Throwing upwards of 103 miles per hour.
Well, he had 3 days off from the time that he had previously pitched in Chicago. And he came out and finished the game off with Back-to-back pitches at 103, and I mean, it was something to behold.
He gave up one hit, and that was on a hanging changeup. He's facing
at 90 miles an hour.
Yes.
There are kids, college-age kids out there doing exercises, weighted ball programs, pushing football sleds so they can get their fastball to 90 miles an hour. And he's got a 13-mile-an-hour separation between his fastball and his changeup.
That's an even 100 in Cespedes, a big swing and a miss. Well, you live up there in Cespedes, you're in probably pretty good shape. You talked about it earlier, though, Chris, down in that zone.
Yeah.
And we know this guy can hit him as far as anybody in the game.
I think these guys know each other.
He stayed up there.
Every one of those pitches really was up. And number 4 at 100 miles an hour looks awfully good, but it just seems like it continues to accelerate.
J.D. Martinez is 0 for 3 tonight.
Shook off the slider to go with the fastball. Or the changeup.
Goodness gracious.
Wow.
Chapman looked back in there and did a double take after this one was called strike 3. Take a look here. He'll turn and then, well, look back in there. Two away in the inning, and now it is Romine. His first at bat since taking over at shortstop.
You know, it was kind of interesting seeing David Price start the ball game tonight. Wondering if there were how many people maybe in the Reds front office were thinking, this is the guy we thought we were going to get when we originally signed Aroldis Chapman. It would take some time, some effort, obviously, to work into the caliber of a starting pitcher that David Price has been. Price might be a couple of inches taller at 6'6", Chapman listed at 6'4", but certainly not as dominating, especially with that fastball.
Yeah, and the build on the two is, even though he might be a little taller, Chapman is a far more powerfully built man. He is built, though not as tall. He's, you know, the guy that I brought up yesterday. He's built much more like a Randy Johnson, thicker but broad-shouldered, thin in the waist. Johnson was a much bigger man than people realized. They knew he was tall. You didn't realize until you saw him walking around, maybe in gym shorts, working out before a game, how big he was. Of course, Randy Johnson will be inducted into baseball's Hall of Fame this summer. 3-1 to Romine. Boy, that pitch right there.
Probably lucky he didn't make contact.
Yeah.
It would have broke his back. Or maybe jammed his wrist for the next 2 weeks.
Well, now Chapman loads the barrel. And a 3-2. We'll do it again. Chapman struck out 3, allowed the 1 hit in his lone inning to get the save for Michael Lorenzen last night. He is a strike away from fanning the side in order here in the 9th inning tonight. Reds will have Negron, Hamilton, Phillips in the bottom of the 9th inning. Romine hanging in there. This kid is a youngster, man. I beg your pardon, that scoreboard thought said 95, 85. There's a swing and a foul ball out of play. So he is not so young. Will be 30 is Andrew Romine. Took over third base in this game for Castellanos. Romine in his second year with the Tigers. Spent parts of 4 seasons in Anaheim. Three-two pitch. Strike 3 call. There's that late trigger we talked about by the home plate umpire. The entire ballpark had to make sure that was strike 3. Chapman strikes out the side. Reds will try and win it when we come back. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers, proud sponsor of the Cincinnati Reds. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Bottom half of the 9th inning. A 4-4 game. Hardy still on the mound. He came on to get the final out. Striking out Schumacher with the go-ahead run at third base in the 8th inning. And now he'll face right-handed batting Nate Groen, a right-handed batting Billy Hamilton, and then Brandon Phillips. Nate Groen, that's his second straight at-bat since coming into the game that he chases a first pitch in the at-bat. And for 2 straight at-bats, he's out on the first pitch.
Well, I think the Groen likes to hit the fastball, and more often than not, you're going to get a first pitch fastball. Pitcher's trying to get ahead of you. It looks bad when it doesn't work, but I think he would much rather chase a fastball than have to go deep in the count and look at a breaking ball. We've not seen Billy Hamilton attempt a bunt in the series, have we?
Yeah, he did the one where it went right at
oh, that's right,
Cabrera.
Right down the first base line.
Last year, right down the line.
Yeah.
Jabba Chamberlain is charged with the tying run the Reds scored in the 8th inning. He goes 2/3, allows 3 hits. Here Hardy, 2/3 of an inning behind him. Billy trying to hit one out of here with that swing. Minnesota top of the 9th inning at home, leading St. Louis 3-1. All the games in the Eastern time zone are complete. Philadelphia loses again. Phillies have lost 9 in a row. 6-4 to Baltimore. Yankees 2-1 winners over Miami. Toronto shuts out the Mets 8-0. Tampa Bay blanks Washington 5-0. Told you about the Cubs 17-0 winners over Cleveland. But it's a huge swing by Hamilton. 2 away in the inning. Atlanta beat Boston 5-2. Tell you who is white hot right now. That would be the Pittsburgh Pirates. Pirates win again tonight. 3-2 over the White Sox. They have won 7 in a row.
They had a stretch of several shutouts in a row. White Sox would have to feel like they had a little bit of a moral win just by scoring a couple of runs.
Brandon pops it up and out of play. Pirates are now 11 games over 500. If the season ended right now, both wildcard teams would come out of the National League Central again. That was done, you may remember, 2 years ago when the Pirates beat the Reds in that 1-game playoff. So the Pirates now 11 over. And the Cubs are 7 games over 500. Cubs snapping. Well, they lost yesterday. We're on our way tonight to little overtime. Extra innings at Great American Ballpark. Tigers are 3-2 in extra inning games. Reds are 2-5. season long. Jeff, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, Sweet Home Alabama.
Well, you know who they're playing that for? The Reds' new pitcher, Donovan Hand. He was born in Hatton, Alabama, went to Jacksonville State, and this is his first major league appearance since 2013 when he pitched for the Milwaukee Brewers. Started 7 games for the Brewers that year. Those are the numbers he had in Louisville. 7 starts, 15 games overall. Signed a minor league deal with the Reds in January. Not an overpowering pitcher, but what you will see is a very slow, big breaking curveball.
First pitch swinging. James McCann. That's a nice way to make your Reds debut. 1 pitch, 1 out.
And have the ball hit to the surest guy in the infield. Yeah. That's smart, too.
Jose Iglesias, and a chopper to the shortstop. 2 up, 2 down on 3 pitches for Hand. Rajai Davis will now come on the pinch hit. Back-to-back outs for Mr. Hand. Here's a 1-0 delivery. One on Davis. Swing and a miss.
There's the hook. You know, is it me or does this guy remind you a little bit of Sam LeCure? I mean, his delivery, even his pitch repertoire.
Yeah.
Sam had that slow curveball.
1-2 pitch. Started 2, was able to check his swing. Now Hand trying to put him away in order. And this is Reds' debut here tonight. Reds will have DeJesus, Frasier, and Bruce coming up. And Davis wants timeout. Do it again at 2-2. Break even pitch.
Ooh, my.
You gotta wait. With Tim Timmons back there, you have to wait. You just don't know. Well, it's outside according to Fox Tracks, but that's still a good-looking pitch right there. kind of coming through the back gate. Line into left center field. That'll be a base hit for Davis. Hamilton over to cut it off. Davis digging in for second base, and he is in, standing up with a 2-out double. Now back to the top of the order and goes. A big contingent of Tiger fans making a trip into Cincinnati tonight. A lot of them over by the Tigers' third base side dugout. Here's Gose. 1 of 4 in the game. Singled and scored on the Cabrera home run in the 6th. Big swing and a miss. You know, Gose hit a ball between the first and second baseman when he had that base hit against Cueto in the 6th inning. We've really seen him hit the ball all over the field the last 3 days. A couple little dunkers into left field last night. Slow breaking ball.
You know what else he's done is that he's fouled off a number of pitches that when he gets 2 strikes on him, he knows his game, which is put the ball in play, use his legs, and kind of cuts the swing down with at his approach with 2 strikes.
Oh, a beautiful bending.
You know, it's so tantalizing. There's that pitch down around 70 miles an hour, and you think you can hit it, but you just can't pull the trigger.
One ball, 2 strike pitch. And he comes back with it again at 70 miles per hour once more.
You know, the other thing about a really slow curveball like that you do not see too many of those. See a lot more guys coming out of the bullpen throwing hard with a hard slider.
To the count. Just off the outside corner. Got him swinging, Mr. Hand. Reds will bat in the bottom of the 10th. We're tied at 4. in the 8th inning, we were tied. And that changed on the first pitch delivered by Ryan Matthews, a home run. Pinch hit home run by Tyler Collins. But in the bottom of the 8th inning with 2 outs, nobody on, Jay Bruce doubled off the wall in left field against Java Chamberlain. And then Brian Pena, already 2 hits in the game. Look at this. A bullet back up the middle. It hit the second base bag and bounced into center field. Bruce scored. The Reds had tied the game. And that's where we stand as the Reds come to bat here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Both of these teams have to be very, very tired.
Line of the Reds there, they're scoring 1 in the 2nd, 4th, 6th, and 8th. Looks like computer code. Al Albuquerque. Pitcher number 5 for Brad Ausmus.
And it's Ivan De Jesus Jr. 0 for 4 in the game. He looks at a strike. These clubs got in so late last night. Most of the traveling party probably did not get to bed for both teams until around probably 2:45, 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, they get to sleep in a little bit today. That's if you're able to do that sort of thing. And here we are in the bottom of the 10th inning tonight. Pitch taken up and in. These last 2 games between these teams have been good ball games.
Yeah, they have.
You know, the first night was all Anibal Sanchez, a 2-hit complete game shutout. The last 2 have been good ones. Nice pickup over there by the third baseman Romine, 1 away. Well, here comes Frasier. We saw Albuquerque for 2/3 of an inning last night. He came in to face Todd Frasier and he struck him out.
He's got one of the more unusual pitches that you will ever see. Albuquerque does. The way he throws the pitch, and I'm talking about his slider, it looks like he turns it over and throws it like a screwball. But it actually is a slider, but it goes straight down.
Pitch to hit right there. That was a 92-mile-per-hour fastball, and he fouls it back and out of play. So Albuquerque in front of Frasier at 0-2. Now a ball and 2 strikes. Trying to get him to chase that pitch down and away. Kansas City just levels Milwaukee tonight. 10-2. Royals win it. They're in the 4th inning in Arizona. Surprising Diamondbacks leading the Angels. There's a foul ball out of play. Say surprising. Most thought Arizona was among the worst teams in all the National League. Based on their season a year ago, they interplay tonight. Just 2 games under 500. Only 5.5 behind the Dodgers, who trail at home in the 2nd inning, 1-0 to Texas. Talked about the pitchers duel tonight in Seattle. King Felix against Madison Bumgarner. Goose eggs in the 4th. 2-2 now to Frasier.
Boy, just looking for one hanger right here.
Frasier, the team leader in virtually everything. It is 21st home run of the season that came back in the 4th inning. Hit 2 home runs yesterday. This was in the 4th inning. The deepest part of right center field for Frasier. Kind of a chase. Second straight night Albuquerque has fanned Todd Frasier. 2 are out.
Got him on the same pitch. Look at all the pitches that are outside of the zone right there.
Now Jay Bruce takes high ball 1, but a good night for Jay Bruce. A pair of doubles, a single, and 2 runs scored. He got the big 2-out double when the Reds were down a run in the 8th inning and scored the tying run on the hit by Pena. Pena would be next. Reds have Burke, Badenhop cranking it up in their bullpen. A 4-hit night for Jay Bruce.
On a 3-0 pitch, a base hit to left field. My goodness. That's 2 balls that he's hit very sharply to left field. Hit a ball off the wall for a double in the 8th.
Trying to end this thing with that hearty swing. It's been a real good night, like Bruce, for Brian Pena. He has 3 hits, 3 singles, has knocked in a run, and that run he knocked in the 8th inning tied the game at 4. Down the line. Bruce on his way to third.
Send him.
They're going to wave him around. Here comes the throw to the plate, the slide. He's out. The relay season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, the Tigers made a play. And they made a really good play.
There was no hesitation at all by Jim Riggleman at third base. And that's just good execution right there. Clearly out at the plate. Big league baseball.
So Donovan Hand back on the mound, and he spins that 69-mile-per-hour breaking ball, and it's hit straight up into the air by Ian Kinsler.
Well, he didn't miss that by much. He was up there looking for that slow breaking ball and got it and popped it up.
But here comes Miguel Cabrera. 1 for 4 in the game, but the one a big one. A 3-run home run to the seats in right field off Johnny Cueto, which erased a Reds 2-0 lead in that 6th inning and gave the Tigers a 1-run lead before an hour and 14-minute rain delay hit. And once we returned, the Reds scored in the bottom of the next half inning. Tigers would take the lead in the 8th. Reds would tie in the bottom of the 8th. Reds nearly walked off on the Pena double. But the throw in Martinez to Kinsler to McCann to erase the winning run from scoring. 1-1 on Miguel Cabrera. Fans that are here chanting MVP for Cabrera. Of course, he won it in back-to-back seasons in 12 and 13.
Look at Brian Pena back there. He is just trying to convince Donovan Hand to just, when you're going to throw it out there, throw it down. Don't make a mistake out over the plate. Of course, he was teammates of Cabrera when Cabrera nailed that 2013 MVP down. Here comes a slow hook.
Ball 4. So now Hand will go to work on Cespedes. Both Cespedes and Martinez came into this game with 10-game hitting streaks, and both so far shut out. Hand trying to keep it that way. Cespedes 0 for 4. Tigers only have 5 hits in this game. Well, they have a 3-run home run and a solo home run, which has accounted for all 4 of their runs. Reds have 11 hits. First pitch fastball and near strike 1. 1-1 on Cespedes. Cabrera at first with 1 out. There's that slow breaking ball again. Boy, he likes that pitch, doesn't he?
Well, he does like the pitch, and he gets a lot of bad swings on it. He went back to back right there to Cespedes to throw it. Cespedes, look at him winding up. He's all geared up for a fastball, and he's flailing wide open by the time that pitch finally gets there. I mean, he just learned that pitch not too long ago.
Tapper in the hole. Going to be a tough play here. They'll get the out of Cabrera. 2 out in the inning. Both of these teams have plenty of bullpen left. Reds have Badenhop, Nate Adcock, Pedro Villarreal, and JJ. Soria, Gorzalani, Kroll, righty, lefty, lefty, left for the Tigers. Now JD Martinez. Cespedes every now and again will take off, but you don't figure that to happen here. Martinez is the guy who can give you a lead 1 crack of the bat. Well, he really has that pitch working so far tonight.
Well, you know, when you throw it at 70 miles an hour, you get a really good look at it, and you think that you can hit it because you see it so well.
0-1 to JD Martinez. Spins it up there again, this time at 69 miles per hour. 1 ball and 1 strike. Goes back to it again, and it evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ball hit hard the other way, but out of play. Runner on a 2-2 pitch got started that time.
And wouldn't be surprised to see him to go again. Of course, you're always looking for an off-speed pitch to run on. And JD Martinez is likely to get another one.
2-2 to count. Hit a ton down the line, and it is out of play. You can steal a cheapie the other way, straight down the line. Did he catch that ball?
Yeah, he did.
That guy did. Boy, look at him.
Waited around all night with his daughter through the rain delay.
Yeah, got his baby girl right there.
What a night at the ballpark.
How about that? Oh, man, for dads, that's as good as it gets right there. Oh, man. My daughter's been out of town for about 11 days. I can't wait to be sitting just like that. That was in traffic, too.
Took it away from a Tigers fan.
Yeah. It's a real man. Once more, nope. Two and two on J.D. Martinez. Runner at first is Cespedes. 2 outs. We are in the 11th inning of a 4-4 game. Donovan Hand. The pause in the pitch. And he hits him in the side of the back. And Martinez is in some pain. That must have got him in a really bad spot, like around the kidneys. Oh, yeah, right in the ribs. Ooh. Wow. That one hurts bad. But he's still feeling it. The Reds do not have a left-hander in their bullpen. They've used both Parra and Chapman tonight. Here's a left-handed batting Romine. He's actually a switch hitter, but he'll bat left-handed. Slow breaking ball at 70 miles per hour from Hand. Drops in there a strike. Didn't miss by much. But ball 2, says Tim Timmons, the home plate umpire. Runners at first and second base with 2 away. Andrew Romine with a count of 2 balls and a strike with 2 away. Oh, that one caught the strike zone. 2-2.
Interesting breaking balls right there, because they are first perceived by the batter as a ball, then turning into a strike. Got a little loop in it. Normally they teach you to throw that breaking ball, though it looks like a strike and it breaks out of the zone.
Here's a 2-2 delivery. And the Tigers say aloha, Mr. Hand. The pitcher spot is coming up for the Reds. And the only player left on their bench is the backup catcher, Tucker Barnhart. And the Reds are going to let Donovan Hand back. Yeah. You know, perhaps there's something going on with some of the pitchers in the Reds bullpen. You know, Villarreal gave him an extended effort just 2 nights ago when he went 3 1/3 innings. Hand hits a line drive at the shortstop.
That was also after Villarreal had 1 day off between bat and pitching a few innings down.
Yeah, a couple innings, right?
So he's probably pretty beat up.
We had Adcock pitched a long 2 innings in that game. He gave up 5 runs, you may remember. And you had Badenoff that pitched 2 innings in that game. And those are the only 3 pitchers, along with one additional pitcher. That would be J.J. Hoover. And Hoover pitched a lot in Chicago over the weekend. A couple of times went multiple innings. There is not a soul getting loose in the Reds bullpen. So clearly the Reds are playing very, very short in that bullpen tonight. In 3 days, the Tigers have seen every pitcher in the Reds bullpen. They've seen every one of them. Parra, Chapman, Badenhop, Matthews, Hand tonight, Contreras tonight, Adcock, Hoover, Villarreal. The Tigers have 2 pitchers the Reds have not seen at all. Not seen their closer, and not seen the veteran left-hander Tom Gorzolani. Those guys got the rally caps going.
They've had those on for a while.
Schumacher takes outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Well, for a guy who's been waiting a couple of years to get back into major leagues, it sure would be nice to get Hand to win tonight. Threw the ball very, very well, and technically he's still in the game, and he's going to stay in the game. He's gone 2 innings. He's only allowed 1 hit, struck out 2, hit a batter, walked a batter. Three balls and 2 strikes on Schumacher, and now he wants timeout. Al Albuquerque allowed a 2-out single to Bruce, and then a double down the line by Pena, but Jay thrown out trying to score the winning run. Joey Votto was used as a pinch hitter in this game. That was all the way back in the 8th inning. And did not stay in the game. There's ball 4 to Schumacher, and he represents a winning run. First walk issued by this Tiger right-hander. Negron has seen 2 pitches total in 2 at-bats. He's 0 for 2. Popped up to right, fouled out to first.
was a balk. Yep. And they got him.
That'll send the winning run into scoring position.
It was like he was undecided as to whether he wanted to throw over to first base or not.
Alberto Jose Albuquerque from the Dominican Republic. 0-1-2 Negron. That swung on and fouled back over the screen and out of play.
He's from Johnny Cueto's hometown, I believe, San Pedro de Macorís.
Originally, he was property of the Chicago Cubs organization. Came to the Tigers in 2011. Here's a pitch. Gone, swinging Negron, 2 away. Second strikeout for Mr. Albuquerque.
Has that slider. Blocked by McCann there. Well, both of these catchers have to be pretty tired.
Well, both of them played the entire game last night. Tucker Barnhart started the game before. McCann has played every inning of this series. Up and in, 2-0 on Billy Hamilton. Hamilton a chance to be the hero here in the bottom of the 11th inning. We're tied at 4. Pulled foul on a 2-0 pitch. Schumacher, certainly a better than average runner out there at second base.
And to be able to get a big jump, obviously, with 2 outs. I mean, hit into the outfield is going to score. Nobody there to hold him close. Infielders are thinking about knocking it down if it happens to be within their reach. Or Billy is just taking bigger and bigger swings all the time. And the more he rotates his upper half, the worse that swing gets.
Two and 2 to Billy Hamilton. Off the face of Cabrera, and Hamilton legs it out. That ball hit his glove and came up and hit him right in the face.
Sure did. He's checking to see if he's bleeding. Ball was hit very sharply by Hamilton. I don't know if it got him in the eye or the bridge of his nose. They're looking at his nose right now.
Not sure if that ball took a bad hop on Cabrera. It's not like it was far away from him.
I think he just chose to backhand it for some reason. And it just went off the back of his glove and went right up into his face.
Well, Cabrera will stay in the game despite clearly feeling that one right off the face. So Hamilton, the infield hit. And now a chance to win it for the Reds. Here comes Brandon Phillips. Brandon 0 for 5 tonight. Schumacher, the winning run, 90 feet away in the 11th. Fastball is high to Brandon Phillips.
See, I don't know why Billy Hamilton just wouldn't go ahead and take second base. He'd take it without a throw. And what it would do is eliminate a possible force play at second when that may be the only play they have to get the third out of the inning. So why not take it? They're not going to hold him on.
My only question would be, Chris, if you did that, and I think everybody understands where you're coming from on that, but if you do that, you're the Tigers, wouldn't you rather face a guy on deck?
Well, if you're going to do that, why don't you walk him out? Would make
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
I mean, the only reason you would not walk Brandon now is you load the bases and you force Albuquerque to throw strikes to this guy. I mean, to Jesus coming up.
Well, it's 3-0. And you can bet the ranch Brandon has a green light 3-0 here. Well, 2-1, I beg your pardon. Two and two now on Brandon. That is a winning run. Two balls, two strikes, 2 on, 2 out. Ball 3. Boy, look at Albuquerque out there.
Boy, he has spit the bullet or spit the bed a couple of times. He had a runner thrown out the plate to end last inning, and he strikes out Brandon Phillips with the winning run on third in this inning.
We're on our way to the 12th inning. We're tied at 4. The 12th inning. Donovan Hand has been very, very good in his Reds debut tonight. He's worked 2 innings, allowed 1 hit, struck out 2, walked about it, hit about it. And a first pitch breaking ball now. The most pitches that Donovan Hand threw in a game in Louisville this season came less than a week ago. Threw 84 pitches, and that was in a starting role on June the 11th.
5 innings in that role. He started several games for the Bats down there. And this is exactly why they brought him up out of the minor leagues.
Two and 1 to count on James McCann. McCann to be followed by Iglesias, and then the pitcher spot. Three and 1 now on McCann, who is 0 for 3. Drew a walk back in the 5th inning.
He's got to be dead dog tired, this guy. Come on.
Pulled foul on a 3-1 fastball that ran on his hands. And 24 years old, a 2nd-round draft choice in 2011. Ground ball to short. Tell you what, he's busting it up the first base line, though, is McCann.
Sure is.
He's out of the University of Arkansas. Of course, that is where local product Andrew Benintendi played his collegiate baseball. I guess they're knocked out of the World Series, right?
I think so.
And he was 1st-round draft choice, top 10 draft choice, first pick taken by the Boston Red Sox. So for a city our size, and again, you know, Middletown is considered a greater Cincinnati, and talked about the major league debut of Schwarber here tonight. With the, not debut, his first start. Made his debut as a catcher last night. Young man out of Middletown High School and Indiana University. And his first career start tonight for the Cubs in Cleveland.
As a DH.
As a DH. He had 4 hits in 5 at-bats.
Good for him.
Talking about Benintendi, and of course, boy, through the years, it's remarkable for a quote-unquote cold weather city in the heartland of America. The amount of Major League Baseball players through baseball history that have come out of our great area is staggering. Doesn't surprise you, the football players. And of course, there have been a ton of basketball players. Football more than anything else. But man, you're talking not only about a large number of baseball players, but some of the great players that ever played the game. Line into center field, Iglesias for the base hit. So he's aboard with 1 out.
He just kind of waited back on this, thinking he's going to get something slow, and got his foot down and was able to negotiate that ball out into the outfield. You know, the harder you swing off of a guy like Hand, the more you play into his strength. You got to figure there's way more baseball players in this area than football players, though.
What's that?
Aren't there more baseball players gone on to the major leagues than football players in this area gone on to the NFL?
Oh, I would think so, yeah. Yeah. Ryan Holiday makes his first appearance of this series. He is the backup catcher to McCann. And he is batting for the pitcher Albuquerque. He goes 2 innings, allows 3 hits, no runs. Well, he was living right on the edge. Struck out 3, walked about it.
Now, that was Dave Clark. We saw a pretty good shot. He had passed the hitter of the third base coach down there, flashing all the signs. He's looking now into Ausmus. He's still going at it, Dave Clark is. Either they got something on or one of those gnats that got into his uniform. Back-to-back pitch outs. You don't see that very often. Clark is selling it.
Iglesias has 8 stolen bases. He's been thrown out 5 times.
And you got to figure this is an ideal setup to steal a base. You got a guy throwing a breaking ball in there, 70 miles an hour.
Runner goes, and that's an easy stolen base. Nine out of 14 now is Iglesias in stolen bases. He's not known as a base stealer in any form nor fashion. He had 10 all of last season.
Well, sometimes it's not how many you have, it's when you have them.
That's for sure. Holiday waiting. 3-1 the count. And has laid it on the line here tonight. Clearly, there have to be guys. There's no other explanation for it. There have to be guys that are completely unavailable, or Brian Price has decided, I'm just not going to run him out there again tonight, because there's too many of them sitting down there that have not been used. 3-2 pitch on the way. Grounded foul. When you consider the Reds have 4 pitchers sitting down in that bullpen that have not even gotten up to get loose, and you have a pitcher in the game just brought up from the minor leagues, pitching for the first time in the big leagues in a couple of years, and he was allowed to bat an extra innings leading off an inning in the 11th. This will be his 55th pitch since coming on, and he strikes out Holiday.
Well, he has made some very good pitches under pressure. Just sneaks a fastball right by him.
Now the left-handed batting goes. Ghost has 1 hit and 5 at-bats tonight. Singleton scored on the Cabrera home run in the 6th inning. Strike 1. One more out to go for Donovan Hand. And give his team a chance with DeJesus, Frasier, and Bruce in the bottom of the 12th to try and win it. Slow breaking ball and a beauty for strike 2. Donovan Hand, 1 pitch, 1 strike away. And it's fouled off and out of play. And this is the kind of night when guys like Hand, this is what they've been grinding for. Bus rides in the minor leagues, got a taste of the big leagues. You get sent back down, you wait a couple of years, you keep fighting. Ground ball to short. Donovan Hand. Give him a hand. That is well done, young man. 3 innings of shutout baseball in his Reds debut. You betcha, give him a hug. The 12th inning. And we are tied at 4. And now we get a look at we still haven't seen Tom Gorzelani.
No. We've seen him plenty over the years.
Yeah.
Second time we've seen Kroll.
We saw Ian Kroll in the game last night. He faced one batter, and that was Joey Votto, and he walked him. So Albuquerque, boy, how he did it. Well, you may have seen it. He allowed a double with a runner at first. 2 outs in the 10th inning, and the runner at first was Jay Bruce. He was thrown out at the plate, sending us to the 11th inning. He issued a walk, gave up what was scored an infield hit, but struck out Brandon Phillips, sending us to this 12th inning. Ivan De Jesus, followed by Todd Frasier, and then Jay Bruce. Ivan is 0 for 5 in the game. Struck out twice. Twice his bounce to third and fly to center. Number by the mound, Kinsler just does get it. De Jesus going as hard as he can go up the line. 1 away, and here comes Frasier. It was right around this time last night, a little bit later. Both teams were taking off out of Detroit to fly down to Cincinnati. Frasier. He has done significant damage over the last 2 nights. Frasier with 3 home runs, 3 solo home runs. That'd be just fine with the Reds right now. 2-1 on Frasier. Bruce mentioned last night that Kroll grew up in the western suburbs of Chicago in Hinsdale and now makes his home in the suburbs of Chicago in Naperville, Illinois. Two to Frasier. Full count. This was a guy, Kroll, who came over in that deal from the Nationals for Doug Fister. Three-two pitch. We'll do it again. Started a little bit, 10 minutes after 7 o'clock. And here it is now 12:40 a.m. on what is now a Thursday, June the 18th. Can Frasier end it with one swing here in the 12th? Well, he'll get aboard and try to score that winning run. What a night it's been for the duo. Coming up now for the Reds, Bruce, followed by the man who waits in the on-deck circle, Brian Pena. They have combined for 8 of the 12 Reds hits. For Bruce, tonight his 8th career 4-hit game, his first since, well, nearly 2 years ago today, June the 13th of 2013 against the Cubbies. And you've got to go back to 2010 to find a game where more than one Red had 4 hits in the same game. They had Phillips, Votto, and Rowland do it that great summer of 2010. Base hit left field. It's a 5-hit game for Jay Bruce. And here comes the runner to third. Frasier. Boy, how about that?
Nice base running there by Frasier.
That's a guy trying to win a ball game for you.
About Jay Bruce, 3 of the 5 hits he's had tonight have gone left side of second base. A 5-hit night for Jay Bruce. And 3 of them going to the left side. Man, oh man, that is impressive. That was all on his own right there, Frasier. You can see him size up where that ball was hit, how quickly the outfielder got to it, and he make a calculation and head it on into third and beat the throw.
Well, now, is that the manager going out or is that the pitching coach? I couldn't see who came out.
It's the manager.
Yeah, that's Brad Ausmus. Wants to make sure everybody's on the same page here. Johnny Cueto went the first 5 1/3 in this one. David Price went 5 for the Tigers. Brian Pena had 1 4-hit game in his career prior to this year. He has 2 4-hit games in the last week. One against Philadelphia and tonight. And most importantly of all, he has a chance to win it right here and right now. Ball 1. Now, Chris, would you walk Pena here to load him up?
With 1 out, I don't think I would. Pitcher spot is next, but Tucker Barnhart's in the on-deck circle.
Well, I tell you, the way Pena's going tonight, for me, I'm walking him. If I'm going to get beat tonight, it's going to be by a guy who's been sitting there watching for 5 hours. Pena's a much better right-handed hitter than he is from the left-handed hitter. Or at least he has been. Swinging a foul tip. I bet Pena's a much better left-handed hitter than right-handed hitter. Got him turned around with Billy Hamilton there momentarily.
You know, the other thing is with Ian Kroll, he's only pitched coming into this ball game 6 2/3, but he's walked 4 batters. So you may not want to load the bases up on a guy that's had a hard time throwing strikes. The strike zone has a tendency to shrink a little bit with the bases loaded.
Good rip there, but fouled it back. Of course, Brian had a chance, similar chance, to win the game in Chicago, you may remember, over the weekend with the bases loaded. Tonight he has 2 hits right-handed, 2 hits left-handed. His 2 hits right-handed came against the starter Price. Winning run at third. Outfield drawn in. Infield a double play depth. Still 1 and 2 on Bryant. Reds trying to win it in the 12th inning here tonight. Frasier at third with 1 out. And that one out of play.
And now Michael Lorenzen has come out into the on-deck circle, and Tucker Barnhart back into the dugout.
1 ball and 2 strikes. And now Kroll gonna back off the rubber, go to the rosin bag. The inning started on a ground out. Frasier drew a walk, went to third on a base hit to left field by Jay Bruce, his 5th hit of the night. A 5th hit for Pena, and the Reds win. One-two pitch. There's one. Throw to the plate. Safe. Out of the plate. Reds may review this.
They're calling it a foul ball.
Ooh, okay.
No review necessary.
And Brian a chuckle over there.
Never mind.
It was such a bang play because holding the runner on over there is Cabrera. The ball hit right at him.
And Cabrera, of course, he stepped on the bag, so you can't go to second base because of the timing play. So he's got to go first and then home. First base umpire, we can see it. Cabrera didn't, obviously. Tishner calling foul ball right away.
It looked like Frasier went sliding right over the top of that bat. 2-1 pitch again to Pena. Hopped it up. Two-round the inning. The Reds have a position player left available in this game. That is Tucker Barnhart. And he is not going to bat. Instead, the Reds are going to send up a starting pitcher, Michael Lorenzen, with 2 outs in the bottom of the 12th inning and the winning run standing 90 feet away. When you see this, it makes you wonder if half the team is unavailable tonight.
Well, you know, you got to wonder also maybe the fear is that if something happens to Brian Pena, they've got nobody to catch. Although I would imagine that the guy in the on-deck circle will probably catch him a pinch. Skip Schumacher.
Well, certainly that is something you'll hear managers commonly talk about. The what-if factor. A former catcher for many years in the major leagues, almost 20 of them, was Brad Ausmus. He has used his backup catcher in this game already.
Yeah, how many times have you really seen it happen? I mean,
that's what I mean.
When it does, you're exposed. But
so let's see if Lorenzen can make his manager a happy man right now. We know Lorenzen can swing the bat. Already a couple of runs batted in since coming to the major leagues.
pretty good fastball there from Ian Kroll at 95. He may have had a hard time throwing strikes so far, but other than the walk to Frasier, he's been right around the zone.
One ball and two strikes to the pinch hitter Michael Lorenzen. Had a good swing there. Chased a fastball up in the zone at 95 miles per hour and fouls it out of play. Bottom of the 12th inning. Reds have the winning run at third base. 2 are out. 1 ball, 2 strike pitch to Lorenzen. And we go to the 13th inning.
As the Tigers again strand the winning run at third base. Burke Badenhop will be the pitcher for the Reds. 23rd game for Badenhop. He pitched 3 games so far on this road trip. And the Reds hope to hold him right here and maybe score in the bottom of the 13th.
You know, Chris, I asked you off the air, and you know, I'm just sitting here trying to ask myself the question: is there something that I'm missing? And I'm sitting there thinking a minute while I'm going to get a drink of water in between innings. I'm saying, okay, you're in the bottom of the 12th inning. You're down to your backup catcher. There are 2 outs in the 12th inning, and you have the winning run at third base. It's not like it's 2 outs and nobody on. You have the winning run at third base with 2 outs in the 12th inning. Now, you follow the path that you started when I asked you, you know, why might Brian Price make this move of using a starting pitcher to bat instead of a position player? And you say to yourself, okay, you're always worried that something could happen if the game goes into extra innings to your backup catcher. You're not carrying a third catcher. And so then you say, okay, well, let me follow now the next logical step. If God forbid that were to happen, and if you're a manager, you would be worried about putting another player at risk or in danger of playing a position that they never play. I understand all that. So I'm assuming that has to be, unless there's something wrong with Tucker Barnhart that we don't know about, and that's always a possibility. I would assume that would have to be the only logical answer that could be given at the end of a game.
Yeah.
Do you think that's right?
Yeah, that's got to be it. I mean, other than you're worried about losing your main catcher and an emergency catcher comes in who's not a catcher, and he could injure himself, or there's something wrong with Barnhart that we don't know about. I can't think of anything else. I mean, managers are always in fear of not having anybody left on the bench. and just simply running out of pitchers or running out of players. I mean, hey, after all, we had a tie in the All-Star game because teams ran out of pitchers. So it happens, even with expanded rosters. But I don't know. I can't answer that question. Only one guy can.
Well, Badenhop, a nice start to this 13th inning. And now he will face Miguel Cabrera, but not before a visit to the mound by his catcher Brian Pena, who has caught the entire night, as has James McCann of the Tigers.
Hey, you wonder if Badenhop grew up a Tigers fan. He was from Perrysburg, Ohio, which is much closer to Detroit than it would be to Cleveland or Cincinnati.
There are a lot of Tiger fans up that way.
Went to Bowling Green, which is way up there too.
You passed right through Toledo, Ohio last night, very late.
Sure did. Could have been about this time.
Well, he got underneath it, and a good thing. Straight up into the air, and Schumacher makes a catch. It's a big out right there, and one more to go for Bert Badenhop. You know, when you make that drive and you think you're going to get to Toledo, first the Fox tracks, where that was.
Boy, hung a little breaking ball way up inside and just lofted straight up into the air.
When you're driving north up on 75 and you hit Toledo, you think, I'm right around the corner from Detroit. No, you're right around the corner from the border. But you're not right around the corner from Detroit. You still have another 61 miles to go.
A lot of orange barrels along the road now.
They've been there for a long time. There's also a lot of those fine men and women sitting there with that car that has a little switch on it that makes red and blue lights spin around.
Well, you know, they never bother me. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the slow speed that I drive in my older years. You'll get there someday.
On my way. I'm almost a full-time tax-paying citizen in Lima, Ohio. 3-0 the count on Cespedes. Took a swing on a 3-0 pitch, got a fastball and fouled it away. We are in the 13th inning at Great American Ballpark. Later tonight will be the final game of this series. After 2 in Detroit, the second of 2 in Cincinnati. Mike Leake against Justin Verlander. Reds Live gets underway at 6:30, and our game coverage begins at 7. That ball scalded into right at Bruce. Good work by Badenhop. Reds coming up. We're tied at 4. Want to know how we got here? A suicide squeeze put the Reds on the board against David Price in the second inning. Suarez laying it down for Jay Bruce. Reds would go up 2-0 on a home run by Todd Frasier in the fourth. But in the sixth, Johnny Cueto had only allowed 2 hits before this 3-run home run by Miguel Cabrera. At an hour and 14-minute rain delay. Reds, when we return, tied the game in the sixth inning on a triple by Chris Dominguez. A home run by Collins in the eighth. A single by Pena scored Bruce in the eighth inning. After Jay had doubled with 2 outs. And here we are in the bottom of the 13th inning. Ian Kroll on the mound facing Schumacher, then Negron. And Billy Hamilton. The top 2 hitters in the Reds lineup and the last 3 hitters in the Reds lineup without a hit. Phillips 0 for 6. De Jesus 0 for 6. The 7th spot hitless. Pitcher spot hitless. But a position player's been there the last 2 times out of 4 total. 3 times, I beg your pardon, out of 5 total. Oh, and Billy Hamilton was awarded an infield hit on that ball that hit Cabrera's glove and then hit him in the face. One and 2 to Schumacher. And he has a base hit. So now that spot has a base hit in the order. And that's a winning run aboard here in the bottom of the 13th inning.
It's a good swing by Schumacher. Got down 0-2 on a breaking ball and then a fastball. And Kroll tries to sneak another fastball by him, and just a good short swing, base hit through the middle.
All but one game, this one and another game. Still being played in the major leagues. Negron trying to bunt, fouls it away. 3 games that started out west tonight are already completed. They were quick ones. Arizona beat the Angels 3-2. The A's throttled San Diego 16-2. And in that matchup of Felix Hernandez against Madison Bumgarner, it was Felix who was king. A 2-0 shutout. The only other game still being played is at Dodger Stadium. Bottom of the 8th inning, Texas a 4-3 lead. 0-1-2 Negron.
Well, I doubt very much, although I could be wrong. They're going to take the bunt sign off. I mean, first, Christopher Negron ought to be up in the batter's box to give himself a little bit more fair territory. And he starts to bat down around his thighs and then brings it up to meet the ball. You're guaranteed to pop it up when you do that.
Well, he gets you down with 2 strikes. And the pitcher wanted to go to second. He had a legitimate shot there, and then he bobbled the ball. So Negron credited with a sacrifice.
May not have been pretty, but he got the job done.
That's right.
Still not good mechanics by Negron, who starts the bat lower and then brings the bat up. Plus, the bat is perfectly flat. And if you want to make sure you get the ball down, you keep the barrel of the bat higher than the hands, and it's a lot easier to get that ball down on the ground. But he gets the job done. Runner at second base. That is the winning run to second.
We'll see if Billy Hamilton and or Brandon Phillips can finally push that run across. Reds have left 11 runners on base. They have 14 hits. Tigers only have 6 hits. Strike one, says a home plate umpire, Tim Timoney.
Billy Hamilton wanted him to check first base before he made the call.
Oh, and 1 to Billy Hamilton. A ball and a strike. Well, we had 32,546 paid to come through the gates. This game nearly 5 hours young. We're in the 13th. Winning run at second base, up and away to Hamilton, 2-1. Now 3-1, and McCann will come out for a visit, where the Reds bullpen tonight has just been outstanding. Parra retired the only 2 batters he faced. Contreras worked a perfect inning. The only hiccup was Matthews, the first pitch he threw. Tyler Collins homered as a pinch hitter in the 8th. Chapman struck out the side. Donovan Hand, the big story tonight. His Reds debut, 3 innings of 1-hit shutout baseball. For Baden-Hopp, a perfect 13th. Nowhere near the strike zone, and there's a walk to Billy. This will be Brandon Phillips' 7th trip to the plate tonight. That came in to the game batting an even 300. But Brad Ausmus is going to make a change, and we'll tell you about the new pitcher. They only have 2 of them down there. We'll tell you about that when we come back from a commercial timeout. Here in the last of the 13th inning. Part of a double switch. Josh Wilson will come on to play second base. Ian Kinsler taken out of the game. And Joakim Soria, he is the Detroit closer. It is the first time we have seen him in the 3 games so far this series.
Well, he's been around a while. Soria has. He First made it to major leagues after the Kansas City Royals picked him up in the Rule 5 draft in 2006. Then he stuck with the Royals for the next 5 years, appearing in around 60 games a year. Went to Texas for a couple of years, and in 2014 over here to the Detroit Tigers.
Brandon Phillips with a winning run at second base. That only registered 92 on the radar gun. That thing looked like it came out of his arm at about 109.
It did look like that, and I think hitters around the league are figuring that too. They're hitting 189 off of him. Got terrific control, and he gets a lot of strikeouts. Not strikeouts like Chapman, but nearly one per inning.
One ball and one strike. Schumacher started the inning with a base hit into center field. A bunt by Negron moved him into scoring position. Hamilton follows with a walk. And now the Reds have a chance to win the game yet again. They've left 2 on in each of the last 2 innings. And the inning before that, they had Jay Bruce thrown out at the plate to end the inning. You go back to the start of the 8th inning. The Reds only one time, that was in the bottom of the 9th, have not had multiple runners on base in an inning.
Well, the Reds have had 14 hits and the Tigers have had 6. Brandon's about due. The way he's been hitting the ball and what he has had as far as results tonight just don't seem to equate. In fact, he started off the bottom of the 1st inning with a line drive. I mean, a shot to the second baseman. Been downhill from there.
All right, Brandon waiting. Schumacher at second base. Breaking ball is into third. 3-1 now to Brandon Phillips. Reds trying to make it back-to-back wins against the Tigers. And they need a base hit by Phillips here to bring in Schumacher. Mike Leake against Justin Verlander tomorrow night or later tonight. 3-1 offering. Base hit left field. They are going to hold Schumacher at third base. Cespedes has one of the best arms, most accurate arms in all of baseball.
And that ball was hit like a shot, and it got out there very quickly. With 2 outs, you take the chance, but you don't hear. The one wild card you do have is that the grass in the outfield still has to be wet. And Cespedes picked that ball up, but even if it was wet, he threw it right back in there to the third baseman right on the line.
The Reds have 6 hits in extra innings alone. And as Chris just mentioned, the Tigers have 6 hits the entire night. But there's only one column up there that matters. And that's the one that Ivan De Jesus is trying to change right here and right now. Winning run at third. Outfield is in. De Jesus first pitch swinging, fouls it back to the screen. Baden Hopp is the pitcher of record for the Reds. And it's Kroll for the Tigers.
Oh, what a great chance to be a hero right here.
Reds had a runner at third with 1 out. In the 12th, could not score. Breaking ball. Good eye there by De Jesus. Fastball is strike 2 called. Cespedes goes Martinez, all drawn into the Detroit Tigers outfield. 1-2 the count. Breaking ball stays high. Oh man, that was close. Bases loaded. Winning one at third. 1 out in the 13th inning. 2-2 pitch. 2 outs. That was a huge swing by DeJesus. Wow. Looked like he was trying to hit one in the river.
It almost looked like he wasn't ready for the pitch. Now Soria's got a sneaky fastball, no doubt. That's a good spot, but
if this game's going to end here in the 13th, it's up to Todd Frasier, team leader in home runs, runs batted in. Frasier is 1 of 5 tonight, homered in the 4th inning. Strike 1. Block that is by the pitcher McCann. We talked earlier that both he and Pena have caught the entire way.
Textbook. Not only the entire way, but every game in this series. He probably slept with that gear on last night.
For tonight he will, if not last night. Swinging a foul ball back out of play, and now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
It looks like Soria's fastball has good carry on it. I mean, it looks like it's straight as a string, but it just doesn't sink. And he gets a lot of guys probably swinging underneath it. Is from Monclavia, Mexico.
High drive into deep left center field, and it is gone. A grand slam by Frasier. And the Reds walk him off in grand fashion. Well, of course, his song is Fly Me to the Moon. But there's another Sinatra favorite, I Did It My Way. And that's the song blasting on the speakers here at Great American Ballpark. What a year this guy's had.
Wow, man, that is exciting.
Two home runs last night, 2 more tonight.
And he just gets a hanging breaking ball right there. And does it carry? Yes, it does. Boy, all the runners that the Reds had left on base in extra innings looked like they were destined one more time to leave him out there. But Todd Frasier was not going to allow that to happen.
Todd standing by with Jeff Pecoro.
Hey, thanks a lot, Tom. And I'll tell you what, Todd, after all that you guys went through today, that's pretty sweet. And that was one heck of a hit. I know you didn't see that coming.
That's what we do. We play to the freaking to the end. We play the game right. We battle. Guys coming in, the pitching staff doing their job. Bullpen battle, and that's all we can ask for.
2 home runs last night, 2 more home runs tonight. You're just seeing the ball so well and barreling it up.
That's the thing, man. You get a pitcher hit, you got to do something with it. It's a roller coaster ride, man. You got to stay that straight stream. I'm just excited, man. This is awesome. Yeah, you go down 2 strikes, and you hear the crowd. They're like, "Oh no, here we go." Hit it, knew I had it. You hang it, you bang it. That's all you can say.
Todd, this team now, you've taken 2 out of 3 from the Detroit Tigers, one of the top teams in America. What does this say about this team now?
Just battle. We're battle tested. That's all we are. We had some circumstances this year that we're hurting with the, people with injuries, and God's sakes, man, it's just great to be on this field with this team, man. We battled our hearts out. If somebody doesn't do the job, somebody else steps in. Rain delay. Chris Dominguez come up big, getting that run in, gave up a homer, and then we come back. And that's what we've been doing.
I got to ask you one final question about the All-Star game. The way you're playing right now, you said before the game, just look at my numbers. You got to be on that All-Star team.
No cockiness about it. It's just being yourself. You got to be positive in everything you do. And, that's how I was raised. So just got to battle your tail off. Nothing you can do with the votes. I just want to be on the team. I think I deserve it. Bottom line.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Todd Frasier. How about that, Tommy? Upstairs.
How about that is right, Pickett's 22 home runs for Frasier. 46 runs batted in, and he leads the league in extra base hits. I think he's going to the All-Star game if he keeps it up. Well, with 2 Reds home runs tonight, both of them by Frasier for a second straight night. That's a total of $25,000 for prostate cancer research. If you'd like to make a donation, please go online to homerunchallenge.org. Boy, Frasier excited. And why not? You hit a grand slam to end it. 8-4 the final, and 13. Reds win.